democratic involvement at its best, with a lot of people involved and observing the democratic process. I'd particularly like to welcome all of those of you who've walked to City Hall today, particularly on a rather wet, wintry evening. I will first of all ask members of the committee to introduce themselves. So I think you can self-organise and just work that way and then come back again.
Councillor Tom Renhard, Labour, Member for Horfield Ward.
Councillor Tim Rippington, Labour Member for Brislington East.
Councillor Kaz Self, Labour, Southmead.
Nicholas Coombs, Westbury and Henleys.
Mark Weston, Henry and Brentry.
Emma Edwards, Bishopston and Ashley Down.
I'm Rob Breyer, Councillor for St George West.
David Wilcox, one of the councillors for Lockleys Ward.
And my name is Ed Plowden. I'm the councillor, one of the councillors for Windmill Hill. We have no fire alarm planned or fire drill planned today, so in case of the alarm sounding, please leave the room calmly via the lobby area, out the main front door of the city, turn right and walk down the ramp towards the cathedral. The assembly point is in front of the cathedral. So it's great to have so many people here in person. It's also good, I imagine a number of people are watching this live online as well. We do ask that those in the room, that everyone speaks with courtesy and respect, and we have listen to one another and have an exchange of views and respect that we don't always agree on everything. Apologies have been received from Councillor Morris, and we have Mark Weston in his stead as a substitute. I'd like to know if any of the committee members have any interest to declare in relation to the items of business on the agenda today. Any items to declare will be put on the minutes. Minutes of the previous meeting. I move that the minutes of the previous meeting held on the 4th of December are a correct and accurate record. Would anyone like to second that? Rob, thank you. Are you content that I confirm the minutes as a correct record to be signed by me as the chair?
Thank you.
Great. So the first item on the agenda, item 5, is Chair's announcements. As ever, I always start this meeting by saying that there's a number of officer-delegated decisions that have been made since our last meeting, and you can find those published as officer decision notices on the internet if you want to see any decisions that have been made. The other thing we've published in the last week or so on the internet is our road safety report for 2024. Sadly, we're seeing in Bristol that not only are we not meeting our targets of reducing people killed and seriously injured on Bristol's roads, we're actually seeing an uptick on the number of people who are being hurt on or killed on our roads. And if you want to find out some of the reasons and some of the statistics around that, you're more than welcome to go and look at the report. The other thing I'd like to say, the other thing we've published since the last committee meeting is the East Bristol Livable Neighbourhood Data Pack and the survey results. What that shows is, to put it very briefly in a nutshell, we collected a vast amount of data. That was then reviewed by an independent consultant, and their finding was that overall the scheme is broadly meeting its objectives. The key two figures are that there's 77% reduction of traffic within the neighbourhood, and actually on the main road, Church Road, we've seen a 5% reduction in traffic and actually improved bus punctuality and more people taking the buses, with up to 116% increase in the number of people taking buses that actually go through the livable neighbourhood. The other thing I want to say today is that we've recently run a statutory consultation. We consulted on various changes to parking. And since being introduced to the city back in 2014, the residents' parking schemes have provided real benefits to the communities they serve. Not only do the schemes help residents to park near their homes, they also reduce traffic, improve road safety and contribute to cleaner air for all. As part of the statutory consultation, along with the local ward councillors, some of whom are here today, I have received significant feedback about the proposed changes to the schemes, particularly with concerns raised about the implications of reducing the free allocation of visitor permits and the overall number of visitor permits available. As a result, we'll be pausing our proposed changes to visitor permits so we can review the proposals. This will give us time. This will give us the time we need to analyse the responses to the statutory consultation and plan any changes needed to respond to this feedback. This may result in another round of statutory consultation to ensure we continue to support local communities while encouraging people to use more sustainable forms of transport where they can. The other proposals to make business e-car permits chargeable, which is the same as any residence e-car permits, and to remove the option to claim the free half an hour on pay and display machines are still being considered, and a further announcement on this will follow once we've analysed the responses to the statutory consultation. I'd like to thank everyone who took the time to share their views, and I look forward to developing a plan which continues to serve the needs of Bristol's neighbourhoods. And I really appreciate the acknowledgement that that's something that's really important. It's really important to us, particularly in setting up the committee system, that we try and rebuild some of the trust and reset the way of working. For too long, we saw under previous regimes that decisions were made and whatever the public felt, it seemed to make no difference at all. So I'm very proud that we've actually listened to the TRO consultation, and we will be pausing and trying to make changes to address the concerns that people have raised with us. And actually, on the same note, because we've got such a good attendance today, I'm going to extend the public forum by 10 minutes. So we'll have 40 minutes for the public forum. I'm going to break that into statements first for 20 minutes and then questions for 20 minutes. And I think it's really important that, sometimes we predetermine our positions before we even have read the feedback from the public. And I think it's important that really we shouldn't have predetermined any decisions or announced how we're going to vote on anything here until we've actually listened to the public, read their statements, which were published yesterday, and then had a debate, and then make our decisions based on the facts in front of us and the feedback from the public. So that's why, particularly today, it's really important that we have that extra time. So, what happens, hopefully everyone who is going to make a statement has been informed that however long their statement is, you've got 60 seconds, so we get round as many people as we possibly can. And we're going to be quite hard on that. I've asked Alex on my right here to make sure that we time that. As with any meeting of the council, it's on a first-come, first-served basis. So if in the future you're towards the end, you might want to get your statements in really early, and then you'll be first-come, first-served. So, and I have had a word with with Nick, Councillor Coombs. He's put in a statement that is permissible under the rules, albeit that he has a speaking role at this committee. And so, Nick, if you could model the behaviour of trying to limit yourself to a maximum of 1 minute, that would be excellent, and then we'll move on to the public.
Well, if I'm first, then I'd like to say that I put in a statement asking that the restrictions on visitor permits are lifted. I am glad that my statement was sufficiently persuasive that you have now done that, so I will declare victory and stop speaking.
Nicely done, Nick. I haven't announced it before, but we have been considering it for a while because we've had a lot of statements, and the consultation closed in January. The next person is Jan Ratcliffe. Are you here, Jan? No. I am going through the list of people who've actually said that they're going to come and they want to speak. So I've got a list here that says I'm not coming or I'm coming only to observe. And so the next person on the list to speak is Councillor Ed Fraser.
Thank you, Councillor Plowden. So firstly, I want to say thank you very much to all of the residents that have written in and those of you that are speaking tonight about Rosemary Lane. And whatever your view on that proposal, the fact that more statements have gone in about this than any of the other high-profile topics tonight is testament to the community's engagement. So I'm very grateful to all of you, and I'll leave the substantive debating points to you. But I wanted to address the 3 Labour committee members and the Liberal Democrat member directly, because you have all claimed at various times that you support mass transit, improving air quality and safer streets, and tonight you can prove it. Particularly if you want to deliver mass transit within Bristol, improving Park Street is going to be crucial. Members need to look at what residents need in the future, not just what some people think right now. You should be signposts, visible, consistent and steady when the wind blows, not weather vanes, spinning direction when you're hit by a gust of objections, or worse still, when you can score some cheap headlines. If you want to live your claimed values, then tonight I hope that at least one of you will back not just the Rosemary Lane proposal, but also those for Denmark Street and Park Street.
1 minute, thank you.
Thank you. Right, the next person on the list who said they want to come and to speak is Claire Hartland-Calasconi.
Well, so I applaud the Council's efforts to reduce traffic in central Bristol, as do most of my neighbours. I keep track of 2 street WhatsApp groups in Kingsdown, and most of us are happy with the ideas around reducing traffic. However, the proposed changes are causing a lot of anger, fear, and loss of faith in the council. So I live in Kingsdown amongst many elderly people who've lived here for 30 or 40 years. I think there's a misconception that all people in Kingsdown are posh and wealthy. It's simply not true. Many of us are too old to take up cycling, bus links are insufficient, and we have some of the steepest hills in Bristol. Already there's quite deep resentment over our very severe restrictions, 9 to 7, Monday to Saturday.
10 seconds, please,
That's
Claire.
30 hours longer than neighbouring areas. Therefore, we need proportionally more permits for our visitors. And we feel that with the proposed price increase, it's an unfair and disproportionate visitor tax.
That's 1 minute, thank you.
Thank you, Claire. And hopefully, I do hope that my announcement just earlier has helped to ameliorate your concerns. Next, I've got Christine Khalif. Oh, sorry, that was yes to observe. Robert Harakis. Matt Sanders. Matt, you're a frequent flyer here. I think we've seen you at every committee bar one and every full council bar one. So if you could limit yourself to 1 minute, that would be most appreciated.
Okay. In 2024, the Cumberland Road Bus Gate issued 62,000 fines, which is 30 times the national average. The Traffic Management Act says if local authorities detect hotspots where a disproportionate number of PCNs are issued, they should review the cause. A possible cause is the signage is inadequate, as confirmed by several tribunal adjudicators, but transport officers claim it's fine. So at the recent full council, I asked what other conclusion they had reached for the cause of this disproportionate non-compliance. Their response was, officers cannot speculate on why drivers continue to disregard signs at any bus gate, but the fact that they do is why camera enforcement is an important tool to help deliver the city's transport objectives. So, in this psychopathic response, officers take no responsibility for their catastrophic blunders and simply blame it all on their hapless victims.
Thank you, Matt. And I would just like to say to members, the other members of the public, that we in the printed version we took out the word psychopathic because that was decided by legal services to be defamatory. No, look, sorry, Matt. We're going to move on. We want to try and get everyone to have a word. Gillian Alexander Davis. Is Gillian here? Let's move on, because I'm trying to get as many people as we can on this. And Amanda Edmondson.
Hiya. The recent death of an experienced cyclist on North Street has shaken my community. It could have been me or anyone who that tragic incident happened to that day. I have an 80-year-old neighbour who walks daily to North Street. She's now terrified of going there, despite needing to do her shopping. The idea that Bedminster is already a low-traffic neighbourhood is far from the truth. I've been previously hit and injured by a car on North Street. North Street has no cycle provision. The pavements are narrow, crossing points far and few between, few dropped curbs, and the vast majority of space is given over to people driving cars and parking cars. Are they more important? I can only hope that the tragic events act as a wake-up call to decision makers that North Street and surrounding areas need an ambitious and radical change to prioritise walking, cycling and public transport use to stop this ever happening again. SBLN is an important lever in starting to make this change, so I urge you to be ambitious, as this offers an opportunity.
That's 1 minute.
Melissa Topping. Sorry, Melissa Top.
Good evening. I'm here to highlight a major gap between this administration's public trial and its private plans. Having seen permanent scheme designs for the EBLN dated July 2025, months before trial data was even collected, and using permanent TROs instead of experimental ones, proves this is a trial in name only. You're prioritising cyclists over the disabled and children with zero transparency. The bias is most dangerous on Blacksworth Road. You're replacing a school-serving puffing crossing, which protects children with sensors, with a toucan crossing to link a cycleway. This mixes primary school children with fast-moving cyclists. We've found no evidence that the affected school has been consulted. Finally, your social model of disability fails in practice. You've confirmed that mobility scooters are legally prohibited from the very cycle lanes you call inclusive, stating sensory issues need quieter spaces,
That's 1 minute.
yet disabled residents, drivers or not,
That's
don't
1
float
minute.
out of the city.
Thank you.
Thank you.
James Maven Close. James Maven Close? No. Ben McClatchy? No. Rachel McClatchley. Councillor Patrick McAllister.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to again express my support for the proposed plans for the changes to Park Street and how it operates. Bristol's prior experience of restricting traffic on main roads, the officer comments we've seen today, testimony of First Bus, the air pollution modelling, it all points towards this being the right change for the city, and it's the only thing that will bring about the changes to public transport and air pollution that we need to see. But I am realistic. I know that without the support of non-Green councillors tonight, this proposal is unlikely to pass. And I'd like to speak explicitly to my Labour colleagues on the committee today and ask, are you so keen to throw the administrations of Marvin Rees's legacy projects out in order to score partisan hits against the Green Party? I had my differences with Mayor Rees, obviously, but I do believe he actually cared about air pollution. This proposal was his idea. If it was his proposal, it was his cabinet. If it was his cabinet putting it forward today, don't pretend you wouldn't all vote for it. Opposing this plan is petty, partisan politicking.
That's 1 minute.
Bristol, and I don't think it's good for the Labour Party either.
Next is Alan Morris. Alan.
Hi. I'm Alan Morris. For those who don't know me, I'm chair of Bristol Walking Alliance. And Bristol Walking Alliance is an alliance of individuals and walking organisations in Bristol that campaigns for improvement in the walking environment. In our statement, we support the Park Street and Triangle scheme, the Denmark Street scheme, the Rosemary Lane scheme, and the A4 early delivery bus stops. But I'm here to talk about Park Street. I read that voting is likely to go against the recommendation, and I want to speak to the councillors on the committee about that. Our statement says why we support the scheme. There are big improvements to the pedestrian environment, and where traffic is less dominant, it has been shown that footfall increases. Thirdly, road safety, and four, the impact on motor traffic is limited and people can get to where they want to. And of course it ensures free passage for buses. But let me turn to the knock-on effect of Park Row.
You're going to have to wrap up, I'm afraid.
Sorry, on air quality. I just want to point people to the question from David Ridgewell, which explains that this is not a problem. So those people who are voting against it on that principle should read that statement.
Right, thank you, Alan. Next is Megan Smith. Oh, no, sorry. Sorry, no, that's my mistake. The next is Rosa Kell. Rosa.
Thank you, Chair. Folks, I've put in, submitted several points. I'm going to very, very briefly talk about the potential disaster of the A36 bus network that we are liable to have truncated, cut breakdowns for April this year, and certainly from July onwards. I know you're going to be working with the Mayor, and I thank you for that. But I'm going to quickly move over to the bus gate and the potential diversion of much of the traffic past the hospitals and those critical services down there. My question is probably a supplemental question. Has a quality of air assessment been done? Because obviously putting extra traffic down that corridor will worsen the air quality. Thank you.
The answer to your question is yes. But at the moment we're on statements. We may come back to you for another question. Because we've got 20 minutes. How much have we got left? We've got about another 8 minutes for statements. So let's carry on. Next up is David Redgewell.
Thank you. So yes, I do support a bus lane on Park Street. Let's be clear. You know I support bus lanes across the whole city. But I think we're in a situation where we need, and I'm disabled and I use the BRI and use the services. So I would rather go with this compromise at the moment with the Mayor, that we actually go for the experiment. I don't want to throw this out, but having a peak hour test in the mornings, say from 6 till about 10, and then having another one from 3 till about 7 in the afternoon to see and have it on a traffic regulation temporary order, Ed, and see if we prove that we're getting the traffic through and the buses through, and if we can prove with United, sorry, I get them wrong now, United Hospitals, Western and Bristol, that the air quality is not affecting...
10 seconds.
Okay, not affecting those hospitals, then we can go further and make it more permanent. But I think there's a piece of work here, and I think that's what Mayor Helen Goodwin was saying. So that's why I support
1 minute.
that
Thank
position.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you, David. Carolyn Rogers.
You can only receive disability benefits and blue parking badge if you can walk no more than 20 metres. This applies to all physically disabled people. Please remember this. Not all disabled people have someone to push them in a wheelchair, or have powered wheelchairs, or have disability scooters, so cannot walk further than 20 metres. Many are unable to use public transport. We rely on cars. Many suffer ill effects from walking even a short distance. Pedestrianisation of large areas of Bristol mean these areas have become no-go areas for many disabled people. We are denied access to our own city. There is a huge reduction of disabled parking places all over Bristol and notably around pedestrianised areas. This further closes off access to facilities in Bristol. I can no longer go to many places, Watershed, Palestine Museum and other places.
That's 1 minute.
Pedestrianisation of Denmark Street is a disaster for disabled access to the Hippodrome without a big increase in disabled parking 20 metres from the disabled entrance.
You've had your minute, Carolyn. Can you wrap it up now, please? Thank you.
Bus gates are bad news.
Next is I'm trying to be fair. Next is, can we try and make sure that we get as many people to speak as possible? I really want to try and do that, please. So Megan Smith.
Thank you. We hear a lot about the low traffic neighbourhoods and a lot of people here opposing them. What we don't hear so much about is that they're introduced under net zero policies and it's rarely discussed in the media. And many scientists are of the opinion that net zero or carbon zero or absolute zero policies are invalid and based on flawed science because the research the council relies on to inform its policies involves these things. They admit unfavourable data that contradicts the conclusions it comes to. They rely upon models that don't work, so never used in science. They rely on the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, the IPCC, which are government opinions rather than scientific findings. They fail to acknowledge the social benefits of carbon dioxide and fossil fuels. Zero carbon is zero life on Earth. Failing to acknowledge the disastrous consequences of reducing fossil fuels and CO2 to net zero. Fossil fuels, by the way, is a misnomer.
Thank
as
you.
oil is sourced from levels much lower than fossils.
Megan. Thank
and
you.
rejecting the
Megan,
science.
Megan, you know the drill. You've been
Thank
here many
you.
times before. Thank you. Dan Aykroyd.
Hi there. Just want to say I'm in favour of the Park Street scheme. In particular, had been looking forward to the permanent closure of the bottom of University Road. This was temporarily closed 5 years ago with a couple of concrete blocks to stop traffic going through. The concrete blocks keep getting moved out the way, and we keep having vehicles going down the road, pushing their way through what's meant to be a pedestrianised area. I also want to comment on the way that this vote is going to, it looks like this vote's going to happen. Every member that looks like they're going to be voting no is from a ward at the edge of the city. Every member that looks like voting yes is from the centre of the city. I'm not sure exactly what this says, but I think this needs some reflection in how decisions are made in Bristol.
Thank you, Dan. Councillor Kevin Blake. Haven't seen Kelvin. No. Let's move on. Next is Helen Hughes. Again, Helen, you've been here many times. You know the drill. Try and keep it to 1 minute.
I'll try my best. Thank you. It is stated clearly in council literature that livable neighbourhoods are part of the pathway towards net zero. The theory is that reducing carbon emissions from private vehicles will reduce overall carbon in the atmosphere, which is hoped will reduce carbon-driven climate change. I just wanted to highlight, I won't list them now, they're on my statement, the many questions about this. There are many questions from environmentalists and ecologists too at the moment, a lot of questions about climate science, which show that there's a lot of questions about carbon dioxide causing problems, and we need to be looking at many other factors such as soil science, water science and all that. So I'm attempting to demonstrate that the science behind weather patterns and climate is extremely complex, and there's much we simply do not know or understand. To base council transport policy on an oversimplified understanding of this science may be making a huge mistake for which you will be responsible for. Imposing restrictive and punitive measures on travel by private motor vehicle is extremely unlikely to make significant contribution to controlling local weather patterns, let alone doing anything to control climatic conditions on the globe.
That's the biggest round of applause I've heard for something that I don't agree with on scientific basis. Right, next up is Terry Brammer. Hello again. I think I'm going to let Terry know this.
That was a surprise. Thank you, Council. Where to start? Many of us, this is about the South Bristol livable neighbourhoods, and we are deeply concerned and against the way it's been proposed. Many of us are beginning to see this council running away with its own agendas towards utopian ideologies and forgetting those you serve. We also see a refusal to listen, and the damage you intend to inflict on us will be yours to own. It's not livable, it's irresponsible, and if this proceeds, the council will knowingly cause harm and rebranding it as a success. This proposal represents a failure of evidence, a failure of consultation, and a failure of responsibility to Southville. The harm to us who live and work here will be deliberate, not accidental, and responsibility for this damage will rest entirely with this council. Thank you.
Hello. We've come to the end of the statements, but actually the next statement is from Elizabeth Newton, and as the person who organised the walk in today, I'd very much like to hear from her. So I'm going to extend the statements by a minute.
Thank you for letting me speak today. A year ago, I would never have imagined myself here in the council buildings, having organised a march. As I say in my statement, which you've hopefully read, I'm a mathematician and I make my decisions based on logic and data. I stood this morning looking out of my kitchen window at 8:40. I live on a main inner road in Southville, a few hundred metres from one of our primary schools. This is prime school drop-off time. In that time, I saw 12 pedestrians, 7 cycle bikes, and just 1 car. We are already a neighbourhood who is active. People who can already walk and cycle. even in this morning's drizzle, which wasn't as bad as it was this evening. We can't see that there is a problem that needs solving by blocking off our roads. There is no logic to it, and there was no data. You've now started collecting traffic and air quality data after the consultation, which seems a bit backward to me. We don't want our neighbourhood divided up, and I know that's what needs to happen to get the WECA funding. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and thanks for your statement. I completely agree with you that data is important, but it's also important not to select your data. You have to look at all the data and make sure you're not cherry picking it, I think. So, yes, Tom. So, questions. Can you? Right, next is Bob Reeves. We're moving. Caroline. Right. Carolyn, will you sit down, please? Will you sit down, please? Will you, Caroline, will you show respect to all the other people that have come here today and have waited their turn? Thank you. Bob Reeves, you've got 3 questions. You should have seen the answers published. So for everyone, I'm going to ask you, if you've got questions, you should have seen the answers published. You will have a follow-up question if you wish, which is unscripted, obviously. I do ask that everyone, in asking questions, actually makes it a question. We don't have a 3-minute monologue followed by a question. I just want to get straight to questions. We've seen and published your existing questions, and so we should be able to go straight into the meat of a question rather than a long explanation of what you're asking. So, Bob Reeves, are you here? No. Okay. Next, I've got Jan Ratcliffe.
I don't believe so.
No. Next, Matt Sanders. Matt, at the last full council, you spoke for a very long time to ask a question. I'd like you to just ask a question, please, rather than a long monologue.
Thanks, Ed. And you spoke for quite a long time in public forums, so it was more like Plowden Forum. But anyway, my question, were 24, I think, was about the difference between the signage at bus gates. Most of the bus gates around the city have yellow boards. The one at Cumberland Road doesn't, and so it doesn't match, even though you say you think they should be consistent. And you said there were lots of technical reasons, and in previous meetings, Mr. Sean Taylor, the head of highways, has outlined some of those technical reasons, and I've listed 6 of them here.
Sorry, this is not a question. Can you just get to the question? Because there's a lot of people waiting to ask questions, and
okay.
I think we need to be fair to everyone. Can you get straight to the question, please?
So my question is for Mr. Sean Taylor, head of highways. I listed 6 technical reasons. It's hard to do a supplementary question when the original question wasn't answered. Still not a question.
Come on.
But my question is to Mr. Taylor. Which of the 6 supposed technical reasons that I listed do you still claim forbids the improvement of this signage? You didn't answer that part, so can you answer it now, please?
The one thing I'd like to say before Sean speaks is that I have asked for a review, and I do want the signs to be consistent, but that doesn't mean they have to be identical. Thank you.
I believe it's actually in my answer. We do believe that those technical reasons which you highlighted, Mr. Sanders, are all valid, and as such, they are all valid reasons of why the signage, which is in as far as most of the cases which have gone to tribunal have been won by the council, because the signage at the bus gate has never come up in the tribunal and is compliant.
Councillor Plowden then, I don't know if you could hear that then, Councillor Plowden, at the full council you reinforced those technical restrictions and quoted some of them. So my question is, do the officers ever show you any photos or diagrams or technical specifications to support these claims, or do you just believe everything they tell you?
Yes and no. That's two questions, but the answers are yes and no. Right, next is Helen Hughes.
Thank you. So my first question was to all the committee members, and I was told that only the chair can respond to questions. But as I'm here, I thought I'd ask you all, for a show of hands, which of you would be prepared to give up your private cars in order to show your leadership to support the idea that blocking off roads and preventing cars in the city will help save the planet and make everything much better in Bristol, because it's going to be so dangerous and a bit like, I don't know, Abu Dhabi or Cairo in a few years' time. Could you give me a show of hands?
I'm not going to ask the committee to do that because I think it's a very loaded question, and I think that the proposals we're making means for things like livable neighbourhoods are such that people can still use a car to get to every single address. Do you want to ask another question? Thank you.
So I didn't
Helen,
actually hear your
response.
I didn't hear all your response said because people were talking.
I don't think that's the sort. I'm not going to ask people to put up their hands. As I made it clear last time that you asked a similar question, since becoming a Green Party activist and then a councillor, I have never used a single occupancy car for any council or Green Party business.
That's for work purposes, and I'm sure you use the car for lots of other things. Okay, I'm going to maybe just leave that with your consciences then for the committee members when you vote for the livable neighbourhood schemes. My second question was about net zero, but I think it's clear now that net zero is behind a lot of these policies. So my third question, to respond to what you answered there, I was talking about the fact that it's part of council policy. It's something you have to do. It's about promoting economic growth, which includes a lot of building work, construction work, which creates a lot of carbon emissions. So therefore, you are partly responsible yourselves for the problem that you think is occurring. How, and you said it comes from, your response was that it comes from central government policy and you have to do what you're told, basically.
Can we get to the question?
Yes, I'm coming to it. So how is it possible for a Green Party to form an administration when you have to do what you're told and promote economic growth and construction and the emission of lots of carbon emissions? How can you do that? How does it work? Yeah, and preserve nature at the same time.
I think the simple answer to your question is that every single proposal we bring has an environmental impact assessment which assesses the offsets the carbon savings with the carbon that is produced in constructing things. So there's an assessment done of, for example, tarmac or concrete or anything else, and making sure that that is offset by the savings in carbon. Thanks. Next we have Robert Herrakis, who I think wasn't here earlier. So we have next Alderman Mark Bailey. No further questions. Okay, thank you, Mark. Next is Megs. So you've got one follow-up question, Megs.
Yes. My question was, on whose authority are you closing the roads? And you gave me answers stating acts, the Highway Act and Traffic Regulations Act. These are acts of Parliament, they are legislation. Are you aware that we have a constitution, an English constitution, that dates back to the 1215 Magna Carta, that it operates in perpetuity, that never goes away, that can never be repealed because it was a peace treaty from an unlawful king to the people?
Is that the question then?
The question is, are you aware of it? Because we have rights over you, and legislation, quoting legislation, has no power over us because we're under contract law anyway, and we have not contracted to have our roads closed. We do not consent, and we are ruled by consent under commerce. So
thank you.
Under
That's the
natural
question
law,
then. I think we got the gist of it. I think you'll find that the world has moved on since 1215. Despite the fact that actually we've had, I think, a mayor of Bristol since that time. So, in one form or another. So I think you'll find it's, moved on, and more than happy to try and test that in court. Right, next is, it says Gray Craven. I'm wondering if that's actually Gary Craven. Melissa.
My supplementary question 1. Are you saying that the permanent traffic regulation orders are in fact easily adaptable and appropriate for a trial scheme, as stated in this officer response, despite the Chair's clear statement last month's full council that changes could not just be made because of the permanent nature of these orders? If, as the officer now claims, these orders can be easily altered, why has the administration failed to make a single change to the scheme, despite months of community feedback and service audits?
Well, as you well know, there's a process that you have to go through to change a TRO. So that it's fairly easy to do it, but it takes time. You've got to provide the drawings, you've got to go through a 21-day process, and then we need to analyse all the results. So it's easy, but it takes some time. Second question?
Supplementary to question 2. Are you saying that the full business case for the East Bristol livable neighbourhood will not be ready until summer 2026, as this written response now claims, directly contradicting the Chair's public commitment at last month's full council that this would be brought forward in April? Can the Chair explain what has caused this significant delay and which date the public is actually supposed to believe?
The main reason, I'm sorry that it's taking longer than we'd like. We're trying to align it with the Mayor's review of the East Bristol livable neighbourhood. The fact of the matter is that we've only got so much officer resource, and they're busy doing the TROs and the full business case at the same time in parallel. But it's going to take a little bit longer than I anticipated, and I'm sorry that I put a definite month on it. That was a mistake. Thanks. I think we've got time for one more question, which would be James Alexander. No, okay. One more question, Stephen Wickham.
Hello. Okay, mine was CAS related on Coronation Road and basically the A370 elements not having any monitoring, which is the answer. So we've had 3 years of the scheme with no monitoring of NOx on the A370, with people living, outside, straight across from the cars. So my supplementary would be, why not from the start? I mean, this is the former Mayor Systems scheme. So was it anticipated that the NOx would actually go up due to other closures? The 3 monitors that are now in place, are they actually on Coronation Road or just somewhere in Southville? One question. No one can answer the proportion of compliant and non-compliant cars, apparently, even though the ANPRs are picking up all the car registrations. So surely the number of passes of the ANPRs is a known quantity. The non-compliance proportion is known, whether they're paying a fine or whether they're paying the fee. So the question could actually be answered numerically. It's just a simple question. Is that
the question?
That is the question, yes. So that
can we get to an answer?
So on the first bits, the air quality monitors, Coronation Road was not considered an area that would be likely to exceed compliance. So the majority of monitors are put into places where we are checking areas that are likely to be non-compliant or closer to being non-compliant. Coronation Road, due to its topography, is not likely to be non-compliant, which is why there weren't monitors there in the first place. We have now put some in so that we can monitor the impacts of the scheme before and after.
You're allowed a follow-up question, another second follow-up question, Stephen.
Okay. Well, my question was for the first 3 years at least, was Southville being used as a NOx dump for central closures elsewhere?
No. As I've explained, the traffic monitoring and the pollution monitoring is done across the area. The worst air pollution sites are in the city centre and tend to be in areas that are built up on either side. As I say, part of the reason Coronation Road is not generally that problematic in terms of air quality is that the pollutants can disperse relatively easily because it's not built up on both sides with high buildings.
I think that's actually entirely within science, that there's a very wide dispersal area and much more winds. So I think it's actually fair that there are air quality monitoring specialists have strategically placed all the air quality monitors. Thank you. We have actually, we had a slight miscalculation. We've got a couple more minutes, so I don't know if Jennifer Hill is here. Jennifer.
Thank you. The reply that I had to my question about HGVs on Marlborough Hill was that officers haven't developed any detailed options, and I was referred to councillors for further information. But my councillors are not traffic engineers, so I don't know how to get further information about this. Will you commit to officers attending the SIL meeting to discuss what measures can be put in more detail?
Yeah, so the area committee process is a formal process where proposals for changes to the network are considered, and officers consider those proposals as part of that discussion process. So, yeah, they're part of that process. But there's the point of the area committee process is that there's a lot of demands for changes across the network. So we have to look at all of the proposals being put forward and determine which are the best ones to take forward, and that is led by councillors with officer support.
I was told to go to a meeting on the 4th of March where the SIL process would be explained, discussed. Will officers be there to explain, to look at the measures that are needed on Marlborough Hill?
I'd have to check the exact meeting, but I can come back to you on that. I said I'd have to check the exact meeting, but I can come back to you on that if you'd like.
And will you get back to me about it this time?
Yeah, sure.
I guess my second supplementary question was, at the last meeting, I was told that officers would get back to me about the flexibility in using Section 106 money, but nobody did. So is there more flexibility to use Section 106 money outside of the SIL process? Can its use be delegated?
Section 106 money is specific to the requirements of the Section 106. Some SIL is delegated to area committees to utilise on schemes. Generally, Section 106 is specific to the location that it's secured for.
I think the fuller answer to that is this is a very old bit of Section 106 where there is a bit more discretion, I think, and I'm getting a nodding from your ward councillor that there is a bit more discretion in how that Section 106 is used, but it is delegated to the area committee, so we can't make a decision without the area committee meeting and making that decision.
For a timeline of delivery that ends in 2029, while my constituent's house is being hit routinely by HGVs?
I don't know the answer to that, Guy. You probably know more about it than me because you chaired the committee model review group. So I think I've seen extensive correspondence with you, Jennifer, and I will commit to working with Guy to see what we can do to expedite this. I will. I think the answer to that is I best work. I have many emails from people across the city, and I do my best to answer them all. But I really try and refer people back to their ward councillors because they're the people that really should be representing you. Thank you. Is exactly 40 minutes of public forum. I've made sure that we have extra time because we have so many people here, and I've also delayed the start of the meeting because we had a delay of getting people in. So I'd like to thank everyone for coming, for engaging in debate, and for that exchange of views. And we're going to move on now. So, and Caroline, I suggest that if you feel that you've been gagged, that you get your questions in earlier, so that because it is first come, first served. Thank you. Right, agenda item 7, progress towards the Bristol Climate and Nature Partnership's inclusive transport vision. The purpose of this report is to present to this committee progress made towards the key themes raised in the inclusive transport vision produced by our valuable partners in the Climate and Nature Partnership.
Do you want to ask the councillors if they just...
Should we pause for a moment just because it's a bit, let the background noise... We're probably good to go now, aren't we? So, I think the previous administration set up the Climate and Nature Partnership, and pretty much on coming into administration, I was made aware of this inclusive transport vision. I felt that it was such a good piece of work, and that they're such a valued partner, that we needed to actually present a paper to this committee to update on how we're doing. And I think one of the things that comes out of this is the needs of disabled people, and I've made it very clear since I've been bringing papers through that I expect to see EQIAs at the start of any project as well as being updated throughout the project, and I think that's something that is beginning to happen in a much more meaningful way, and I'm very pleased about that. And the other thing we've done since we came into office is undertaken a thorough review of all the city centre proposals, particularly with regard to disabled parking. Because, as amongst others, Councillor Blake explained to us that some of the proposals weren't great and didn't take account of the prevailing topography. So I'm pleased to say that one of the outcomes of that review is that we've actually got no less parking at any time during the build or the subsequent, and then by the end of the build of the city centre, we'll actually have more disabled parking than was originally proposed. As far as I'm concerned, that's a good way to start. Any comments? And anyone that would like to contribute to this, please let me know.
Officer's introduction.
Oh, sorry. I meant to... Adam, you're going to introduce this as well. Yeah, a little bit discombobulated. I'll get back on track now.
Yeah, thanks. I think it's just useful to highlight the authors of the Inclusive Transport Vision have been engaged with the development of the paper, and they've put a statement in setting out the Inclusive Transport Vision for Bristol was developed by people who live, work and play in Bristol. Transport is one of the priorities frequently highlighted by residents in community engagement as part of our Community Climate and Nature Action Project. It's a complex and knotty issue and a tough nut to crack. And we're excited to see that BCC is responding to priorities shared by local residents and communities and is making solid progress. We look forward to feeding back to our communities on this good news and doing what we can to support further efforts to progress the inclusive transport vision for Bristol into reality. The paper then sets out the actions that have been taken against some of the key action areas. I won't read through all of them, but just to highlight a few. Public transport, we've got the new bus routes that have come in, as well as the opening of Ashley Down Railway Station. Air quality, we have the ongoing clean air zone in place. Full mobility for disabled people, we've agreed bus passes for disabled people have been extended for use 24/7. Local mobility hubs, there are mobility hubs being delivered by WECA across the west of England. Livable neighbourhoods, less traffic outside schools, so we've got 17 school streets to be in place by the end of 2025, and 3 to 4 new school streets planned annually for the foreseeable future. And obviously we have the 2 livable neighbourhood schemes coming forward as well. And deliveries management, there's a pilot to minimise the number of HGVs and lorries entering the clean air zone to mitigate impacts of freight in the city centre. Future priorities, we've got the curbside and parking strategy, the transport movement plan, workplace parking levy, and a number of other elements that are set out in the paper there. So the recommendations are to endorse the continued work towards fulfilling aims outlined within the inclusive transport vision as part of the Golden Motion to make Bristol the UK's most accessible city, noting City Transport's progress towards the recommendations and endorsing the commitment to report back in December 2026 on further progress made.
Thanks, Adam. I'll open it up. I've seen hands from Emma, Rob and Mark.
Thank you. This was a lovely way to start reading the papers because it was really positive, and it feels like a really good time to sort of assess where we're at. Obviously, this started under the last administration, but those recommendations came from people, as you just said. It came from people in Bristol. I'm noticing Councillor O'Rourke here tonight, who was very involved in the Citizens' Assembly, and to see that being taken forward. And I know as we do transport schemes, they're not always popular. You get a very, very diverse mix of opinions on these things, don't you? I mean, you know, and that's fair. You know, everybody does have different opinions, especially when they start. But just being able to reflect on where this started with a Citizens' Assembly that came out with clean air and, you know, accessible transport as top priorities. 91% of people in that Citizens' Assembly said they wanted improvements such as livable neighbourhoods, and their air quality was key for them and their children. So we've got to bear that in mind and not get swayed when we know that this is what people want, this is what people asked us to do. And I would just say to the whole committee, as we go through the debates tonight, please just bear that in mind. This is what people said they wanted. This is what is important to people: accessible transport and clean air.
Thank you. A great fan of deliberative democracy, and I think that's an example of that, and a really good reminder of some of the really quite forward-thinking proposals and conclusions that came out of that report. Rob.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I just wanted to again mention the bus passes for disabled people being extended. I mean, that's for use 24/7. I think that's a big change, and I'm pleased that we've been able to enact that from last year. I also wanted to just touch on the fact that obviously I chair the seemingly never-ending task and finish group on curbside and parking strategy, but we're getting there. I just wanted to mention that that is a really important accessibility thing. There is a section that does talk about the sort of access to small community green spaces, planting, benches, tables. It provides older people of those disabilities, especially mobility constraints, with a place to stop and rest along the street and shelter from the elements during adverse or particularly hot weather. And I just think for disabled people, it's also for disabled people a wide and diverse group in itself. There may be improved walkability and safety of pavements for those with visual impairments when car parking is reallocated away from the curb space. Space for wheelchairs and mobility aids will increase, and standard accessibility improvements such as drop curbs and flush pavement will be installed as the norm wherever curbside strategy interventions are being prioritised. And that really encapsulates I think the accessibility and inclusivity of that work, is trying to get to the point where there are more of these spaces that take into account the needs of disabled people.
Thanks. Mark, then Kaz.
Thank you very much, Chair. Obviously, I thank everyone that's worked on the report. I think there's some very good elements to it, but I don't support all of it. So I can note the report, but I certainly can't endorse it. I think there's some really good aspects. I like what we're talking about school streets. There's actually one going in my ward, which I thoroughly agree with. Rob's right on bus passes. That might be the only time I say Rob's right, but you know, let's chalk it down, maybe even minute it. And the work on Lawrence Hill Station, it's all good. But I can't pretend that I'm going to endorse the East Bristol Livable Neighbourhood, South Bristol Neighbourhood, or workplace parking levy. So I don't agree with the elements that are in this report for that. I think a lot of work's gone into this, and I note it, and I congratulate the authors, but I can't give it my full-throated support, I'm afraid, Chair.
Noted. Kaz.
Yes, I think I also note the report, and there's lots of very good stuff in here that I'm quite pleased to see. And for me, it's good to see things like new bus routes, night buses expanding across 12 routes. These are things that I personally have been involved with. Also things like the opening of railway stations and all these city centre projects, millions and millions of pounds that Labour councillors here have supported. So there's many good things here. And what I wanted to say is, under a Labour Metro Mayor, we've introduced clean buses. We've seen a great initiative with kids going free during the school holidays, helping families with the cost of living and people from deprived areas, giving them the opportunity to see the sights of Bristol. I've mentioned all the millions of pounds that I've supported, and I think that's something that I'm really proud of. I'm not sure that Councillor Fraser, who had a little dig earlier on, can actually say that for himself.
Thank you. And yes, there are some good things in here that previous Labour administration brought forward. I think, particularly, I know Councillor Tim Ripperton's done a lot of work on new bus routes, which has been really good to see. What I'd also say, though, is the devil's in the detail about how things get implemented as well. And if we talk quite a bit about listening to communities and doing things with communities, I would perhaps remind Green colleagues that sending in police, private security and drones into a community at 4 a.m. in the morning is hardly the way we should be doing policy in this city. So whilst there's a lot we support in this paper, the way that the livable neighbourhoods have been implemented, the way it's been gone about, the division it's causing in communities is unacceptable. And I think you all need to have a word with yourselves about how you've handled it.
Yeah, thank you. Just wanted to highlight really the, the number one on here, new bus routes, night bus expansion. When I first came on the council in 2020, I was told these were things that we couldn't impact in the city. It was all down to WECA, and really all we could do is provide the infrastructure. But I'm really pleased that we've been able to kind of turn that around. And the buses listed on here, the 16 and the 36, are now providing a really good service to a lot of people. They're doing really well. I haven't had any data back on the night bus stuff, so Ed, if you've got any information on how those are going, I would be interested to hear that. But yeah, I mean, I think that's a very important aspect of this report, what we've been able to deliver on buses.
I'll take that back as an action. I think that's a fair point, but I can't answer, and it's really up to WECA. I don't know if Adam's got any no update on that. Okay. Anyone else? In which I'm going to move the report recommendations, and would anyone like to second that? Nick. Okay, so can I ask everyone to indicate clearly by hand those who are voting in favour of this report? So that is Tim, Tom, Kaz, Nick, Emma, Rob, David and Ed. Oh, I'm sorry. Who's abstaining? So let's just change that. Try and get it right, please, colleagues. So 4 is Nick, David, Rob, Emma and Ed. Against, Mark. And abstaining are, raise your hands if you're abstaining. That's Tom, Tim and Kaz. Thank you. Let's move on. And the result of the vote is that that's carried by 5, 3 abstentions and 1 against. Right, next up is the meaty one, City Region Sustainable Transport Settlement. The purpose of this report is to set out the current position of CRSTS programme, referencing the recent rebaselining exercise undertaken by the West of England Mayoral Combined Authority and Bristol City Council's input into that process. The proposal is that Park Street Triangle Scheme is funded through other funding streams to reduce pressure on the programme, and approval is also sought for that approach. This is a key decision report because it involves over 500,000 and impacts 2 or more wards. I think I'll just set out what we're going to do about this. Adam is going to introduce the report. He's going to speak to the recommendations 1 through 11. And then we will have questions to officers, we'll have a debate, and then we'll we will take a vote on 3 to 9. We'll then take a separate vote on 10 and a separate vote on 11. So that's as requested by the Labour group.
Can you mention there's an exempt appendix, please?
There's also an exempt appendix to this, which, if we need time to discuss that and ask questions of officers, we have a private room booked, which we can adjourn to, or adjourn to, if anyone wants to talk about what's in the exempt appendix. So I'm going to ask Adam, can you take us through recommendations 1 to 11, and we'll park Park Street 12 to 20 until later on.
Yeah, thanks. So this report is about the CRSTS rebaseline. So as part of the CRSTS programme, the combined authority have to inform the DFT on a regular basis of what the programme looks like. As part of that, they've allocated an additional 141 million of Transforming City Regions funding to increase the total CRSTS budget, and that has been allocated across the different authorities. BCC's role then is to look at its allocation, which was set at 179 million, and look at how we fit our programme into that allocation, and also to review the programme end dates, as at the same time the DFT gave us the ability to start to carry projects on beyond March 27. So the 179 million we've been allocated includes 36 million pounds of match funding. The changes are described in a change request, which is in Appendix A1 and Appendix A2. The allocation was less than BCC required to deliver the full programme, which is why we've looked at how we can reduce costs across the programme to still deliver it. When discussing the reductions, as I will cover shortly, I'm using the anticipated final cost column in Appendix A2. That gives a total for the programme of 201 million. Not the current approved allocation column, which totals 162 million. That's because the AFC column is the more recent up-to-date figures that committee have been working to when approving projects and approving FBC. So it's more understandable for committee. So each project has been reviewed. The main changes are as follows. Broadmead Union Street has had its budget reduced from 27.84 million to 19.38 million. That reduction, a big chunk of that is down to the reduction in the cost of utilities, diversions, probably about 50% of that reduction. So we had quite a lot of contingency in there, and as we firmed up the designs and had better understanding of what needs to happen with utilities, the cost of that have come down significantly. The other change then is removal of some scope. So we've removed project scope on High Street, Wine Street, and the southern section of Union Street. The southern section of Union Street will still have the same functionality as the original scheme. It will just be done in a lower cost way. The reasons for that are in part the developments that were providing Section 106 money to match that project, such as St Mary Le Port, have not come forward as quickly as expected. Therefore, there isn't as much Section 106 money to match, but also the developments themselves will likely damage infrastructure when they're being built. So our view is that we can delay those elements, and I say delay because our position would be that we would seek funding in future from the TCR fund to complete those elements, but delay them from this part of the programme. The A4 Portway, the main corridor works budget has increased from 17.6 to 23.1 in the AFC. That's an increase of 1.35 or 1.36 million on the existing Transport and Connectivity Committee approvals, including previous Cabinet approvals, which totaled 21.74 million. So approval is sought for that increase. The increases are due to finalising development stage, increased phase 3 tender returns, and unforeseen costs arising on some of the early phase drainage and curbing works. Bus Route 2, the work package 3, which is the Park Street Triangle scheme, due to the reduction in, also due to the inability for us to fund the whole programme, one option taken was to remove that scheme from the programme, which reduces the programme cost by 14.34 million. There is still a 1.04 million allocation which covers the works that have just been recently completed at Cannons Road, College Green. That scheme will be discussed as part of the next section of this report. The A38 South Metrobus, we're reducing the budget from 4.65 to 3.49. That reflects the lower costs of delivering the scheme, contingency no longer being required. East Bristol livable neighbourhood, so we're not at this point seeking approval of the FBC, that is to follow in the summer. And that will also require approval from the combined authority. There is an allocation of 5.94 million for East Bristol livable neighbourhood. The final allocation for the budget will be confirmed when the FBC is submitted. There is an additional budget line in the appendix which is labelled as unawarded BCC CRSTS balance. That's shown in Appendix 2. And additional funds for this project and SPLN will be drawn down from that pot as required. And that budget allocation is ring-fenced for BCC projects. Whilst there is 5.94 million allocated, the MCA to date have only allocated or approved 1.1 million of funding. We have submitted a change request and we are awaiting the combined authority making a decision on that change request. That change request would increase the allocation to enable us to complete the FBC. That change request won't be decided upon until the MCA's livable neighbourhood review is completed. So that's unlikely to happen until kind of late spring, summertime is our understanding. So in order to fund the project in the meantime up to FBC, we're seeking to allocate 1.82 million of the existing £10 million of CAS match funding temporarily to EBLN and 0.6 million of the £10 million of local transport CAS funding to the project to enable us to complete the FBC. That will bring a total project spend of around 3.5 million to get the FBC completed. And then if and when the change request is resolved, the CRSTS funding can be allocated and those funding pots returned to their original source. The South Bristol livable neighbourhood, again, that will be subject to further committee approval when the FBC is completed. Similarly, the unallocated BCC CRSTS balance will be used to fund the scheme depending on what costs the FBC puts forward. Again, further approval is required from WECA for that scheme. Approval is sought here for an additional budget of 1.32 million to complete the FBC. So when we first sought funding to do the FBC, it was envisaged as a light touch FBC building on the work done in East Bristol. The requirements of the combined authority over the last couple of years have changed somewhat so that they expect more detail and more work to be done pre-FBC or as part of the FBC. So the increase in cost reflects two things. It reflects the additional work that will be done at this stage rather than post-FBC, and it also reflects an increased allocation based on learning from EBLN and the increased officer and engagement time required to deliver livable neighbourhood schemes. So currently, the combined authority have allocated the scheme 1.35 million. We think again that it's unlikely that a change request will be decided until the livable neighbourhood review is completed. So in order to enable us to spend that additional 1.32 million, we are proposing to allocate a further 0.57 million of local transport CAS funding temporarily until the FBC is completed and CRSTS funding can be allocated to the scheme or a change request is completed to the combined authority. The programme has also been extended into 27-28, so this was something that the DFT enabled as part of the rebaselining process. Most projects are now expected to complete by summer-autumn of 2027. We have delayed a couple of projects, so the Bond Street scheme we have proposed to delay so that we would not start works, whilst we would commission works before March 27, which is a requirement of the funding. We wouldn't start works until kind of summer 2027 when most of the other schemes have completed their impacting works. That's because when we did an assessment of the kind of cumulative impacts of traffic across the area, whilst most of them didn't interact with each other, the Bond Street scheme, being the kind of busiest junction in the city, does tend to interact slightly more than the others with the other schemes. So we felt it was a sensible approach to delay that scheme. And also SBLM will be slightly delayed to enable more feedback from the initial engagement sessions and enable more work to go into developing the designs. The final point is somewhat a technical point about the Union Street project or the Broadmead project. We previously sought approval for demolition of 2 kiosks at the north end of Union Street. As part of that, the leaseholder has asked to be released from the lease of the 3rd kiosk. So we are seeking approval to also enable that. We've just been advised that we need to get approval from committee to do that. The third kiosk will remain and it will be leased to someone else, and no additional budget is required to end the additional lease of the third kiosk, which will stay in place. In terms of alternative options considered, we looked at obviously withdrawing projects. There is issues with withdrawing projects that you potentially get revenue reversion if you don't complete schemes, and we felt this was the most pragmatic approach to ensuring that the benefits of the programme were still delivered. Then the final point then really is to move on to the recommendations, which I'm not going to read all 11 out. I'm sure you've all read them, and they're all up there. I think yeah, I'll pass over to Councillor Plowden to start the debate.
So what I propose, colleagues, is that we, as we're separating the votes, we look at recommendations 1 to 9 first, ask any questions about them, then have our debate, and then I'll move recommendations 1 to 9, and then we'll do the same process for recommendation 10, recommendation 11, and then we'll start all over again for recommendations 12 to 20. So I haven't got anything further to say other than I think there's been a mammoth effort with a huge amount of work, not only to recast the programme, but to make some very, very difficult decisions, given that we haven't got our full indicative allocation that we were originally expecting. I'd like to thank all the officers involved for what's been really a very difficult and very technical piece of work. And what I'm particularly also pleased about is that the cumulative impact assessment undertaken by us with the combined authority showed that actually the concerns that we might be doing too much and the different projects would interact with each other, there's no evidence of that, and it's given a clean bill of health. And I think that's really testament to the expertise and the knowledge of particularly the two teams that sit alongside or below, whatever you want to say, these two officers. So I think that's something that shows just how well these two officers know Bristol. So, are there any questions that people would like to ask? I've got Tim, then Nick.
Yeah, thank you. I've got a couple of questions. On the Broadmead Union Street package, I remember when this was first brought forward to us, one of the things that's happening is because of the work that's happening on Union Street, we're diverting a lot of buses along Fairfax Street, is it? Yeah. And I remember, and at the time, we were shown some very nice pictures of what a kind of bus interchange under Fairfax Street would look like with the galleries development coming forward. That's obviously all been delayed now, which is part of what we're talking about here. Can we get some guarantees that the environment for the people waiting to catch buses on Fairfax Street after they've been moved off Union Street, we're going to give them a nice, a good environment with proper bus stops and things? Because I can see this lasting a long time before the galleries comes forward with its new development.
Yeah, so I'm just going to make sure I got the right road name. The section of Fairfax Street before it goes under the galleries, which I think is still Fairfax Street there. There are new bus stops going in on that section to facilitate bus users there. The buses then don't stop until they get all the way through to Broadweir, Lower Castle Street area. So there's already been works going on there, some early works to improve bus stops, and a new bus stop has gone on Lower Castle Street as well. So yes, basically.
Okay, good. Thanks. That's good to hear. Yeah, second question. On the A4 Portway, I presume there was a contingency built into this project originally. Had we built enough contingency in, given that we've run out of contingency and we've now come back asking for more money? I'm wondering whether we're building in a, is this a very unusual situation that this one has run out of contingency, or do you think we need to be building more contingency into these budgets, given the way costs seem to spiral these days?
So the Portway project was brought forward under the guise that we have to get everything completed by March 27. Some of the others that have taken a bit longer now have a bit more flexibility because we don't have to get everything done by March 27. In order to facilitate that, we split it into different phases and we got on site quickly to do drainage and curb works. Those have turned out to be quite a bit more expensive than originally envisaged. That's a big chunk of why we need the additional funding. The project has then been reviewed, and obviously we've reconsidered the contingency to ensure there is sufficient, and that's kind of the other point that we're embedding is to ensure there is sufficient contingency to complete the project. Looking at across the programme, I did some analysis as part of the rebaselining process. In general, we have about a 20% contingency for projects that haven't gone to the point of tendering, which we think is quite sufficient. Generally, we look to have around 10% for when we get on site. As I say, I think the Portway has been slightly different with that first package of works that has come out more expensive than expected because we didn't have all the detail really that we needed because we were trying to get ahead and ensure that we could deliver the project within the time frame. So I think in terms of programme level, you know, it's a big programme. There's a lot to do, and there is quite a lot of contingency built in there. We're, you know, obviously always concerned about having enough contingency and enough funding to deliver the programme. We feel that is there at the moment, but that will be regularly reviewed throughout the schemes and throughout the programme.
Thank you. Not a question, more of a statement, but the debate. This is a technical piece of work, a good and comprehensive piece of work. It's frustrating that we need to do this at all, that we didn't get better guidance, in my view, from the West of England Combined Authority from the beginning, telling us what they wanted in the CRSTS and what budget they were setting. Having gone through this process and find out that our ambition is greater than the budget that WECA are giving us after all, I think that we've made the right choice by removing the most politically risky scheme from the set, and thereby after that big move, the rest is technical fixes, bit of budget here, a little bit of saving there, and I think that this has come to the right conclusion. So thank you, and I'll support it.
Nice, brief and succinct. Thank you, Nick. Mark.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, this is the problem of becoming a Johnny-come-lately to this aspect of it. I'm trying to square away the A4 Portway, a similar way that Tim was talking about it. So going through Appendix 2, looking at the budgets, and it was 40 million, then 70 million, now needs to go to 23 million. So we're being asked to increase the budget to it, but at the same time also being asked to reduce the scope in it. So there's probably reports that everyone else knows that I don't. What bit's fallen off? And if a bit's fallen off, why are the other bits so fiendishly now more expensive? Because the envelope's increased, but the scope has dropped. I just want to square this in my mind before I vote this.
So on the Portway, those increases, a big chunk of that is the full resurfacing of the Portway. So that wasn't part of the original scheme budget. So that represents about 6 million, I think, of the increase. Okay. In terms of the de-scoping, it's a short section of curb works. If you know the bit where there's a tunnel to protect from rock falls.
I know the Portway very well.
Yeah, it's basically just south of there, a short section there where our view is the pavement is very lightly used. The works would be quite expensive to deliver a small amount of benefit, and in order to ensure we have appropriate contingency.
So it's marginal stuff.
Yeah, it's only it's a few £100,000 of works that have been de-scoped.
Thank you, Chair.
And Mark, I personally are fully supportive of the fact that if we're going to be doing all this work, we've mobilised, we're doing a whole load of work to kind of alter the way that the road works, doing the resurfacing at the same time. I think that's something you've often spoken about yourself.
No, I would agree on that.
Is that the best possible thing we do is we do it all at once and have a lovely new road in one go. Yes. So that's what you're basically seeing, coordination between the maintenance team and the improvements or alterations team. So great work. I think Rob was next. And
a quick one. So one of the things that's been reduced as a result of this was the urban realm space on University Road. Could you just explain what that is and what's changed?
So University Road was closed as part of the COVID response to improve pedestrian and cycle access through there. There's a couple of concrete blocks sat there. So the proposal was to pave across that area. The urban realm then went quite a long way up University Road and created a reasonably nice space. However, it was deemed, if you like, a nice to have compared to some of the other elements, so it's just been shortened somewhat. So it's maybe been reduced by sort of 60% in length, but it's still quite a large section of urban realm next to Browns. So we have to cut our cloth to suit the funding that's available. I would just point out as well that we are in essence retaining the option to reintroduce some of this reduced scope should like contingency not be needed on other projects. So where we've got a project like the A38 South, which is returning sort of a few £100,000 back to the pot, if other projects don't spend all their funding, then we could potentially reintroduce some of these elements, given that they've been designed up.
Is that okay, Tom?
Just a brief comment. First, thank you for what has been clearly a significant piece of work to get this rebaseline for this first package of things that we're voting on. Very supportive of the work doing. It's helpful to have the clarification on the Portway, as I'm also very familiar with that stretch of road. The thing I would just give as a bit of a plea, just to make sure we continue to have strong communication with the public throughout these works, although you note that you're not expecting these all happen at the same time to have too much impact. We just need to make sure that community engagement is really strong, really visible, and if there are changes to programme delays, because these things can happen, that we just make sure we're on top of that, so the public are really clear on where things are up to and how they're going to move forward.
I think this is the time to plug the website, Bristol on the Move, which is not necessarily covering every single one of these projects, I think, but it's certainly covering the vast majority of the projects. I haven't had the conversation yet with Adam, or John, but one of the big benefits we want to see as a result of all this work is that buses work better and more frequently. And as part of the bus grant, there's quite a large allocation for communications. So I certainly will be looking to see whether or not we can't work with WECA to make sure that we're aligning our communications, which is actually the best way to beat the roadworks is get on the bus, and that brings forward the benefits we're trying to see at the end of the programme as part of the programme. So that's a conversation we've yet to have actually with John or Adam, and I'm really glad to see that John's now writing that down as something to start discussing with WECA. Would anyone like to, I think we've exhausted all the questions, would anyone like to make a comment, or should we move straight to a vote? Let's move straight to a vote. So I forget exactly what I meant to say here, and I'm sure, but effectively we are noting the contents of the rebaseline change request to WECA. We're noting further papers seeking noting further papers will come to transport connectivity for particularly SBLN and EBLN, but also some of the other ones here. And what we're trying to approve right now is all these authorisations and approvals basically to do reduce the scope and the budget of all sorts of things. I don't think, just like Adam, I don't think it's worth necessarily reading out all of this in full because it's on the screen and hopefully we've all read and absorbed this paper. So can we, I'm happy to note recommendations 1 and 2. And now I'm going to ask us to have a vote on recommendations 3 through 9. So can we have a show of hands? Seconder. Kaz, thank you. And can we have a show of hands for people who approve recommendations 3 to 9? I'm not going to read everyone's names out, although Sam would rather I do that, but that's carried unanimously.
Thank you very much. And
I'd like to thank Adam and the team for giving so much confidence to everyone here that we've managed to carry that unanimously. We're now on to recommendation 10, which is effectively approving a temporary allocation of CAS CRSTS match funding and local transport funding to EBLN. So I think, to put it bluntly, we can finish the job and bring a full business case, make the alterations we've promised, which seem to be largely approved of and from the public discourse, although we haven't tested that through the TRO process yet, and we are working at that as much speed as we can to actually go out to public consultation on the changes we've announced. And then to finish, well, the other thing is to finish the job and actually bring a full business case to this committee so that we can decide whether or not to submit that full business case to WECA. I don't know if there's anything else, Adam, you'd like to add to that? No. So, any questions? Tom?
I'll just deal with questions first. I think what I want to try and do is just pin you down a bit on the timelines and really get some clarity, because we've talked about spring, summer and all sorts of dates. You know, what are going to be the key milestones now for the next few months? Because I think, you know, the concern that residents got is they've got a scheme that currently that's in that they're largely unhappy with.
I think the thing I'd like to say first of all is that when we came into administration, permanent TROs had been made to EBLN, which we accepted, and we want to change some of those, and we do need to go through a due process. I've been asking the team to expedite that as fast as possible, wherever possible, to do things in parallel rather than in sequence. And actually, what Adam's going to tell you is a significantly shorter time period than originally, because we've been in discussion about it.
Yeah, so the changes that were set out just around Christmas time, we're bringing those forward as quickly as we can. There is complexity because there's cameras that need moving around, there's civil works that need doing as well as TROs. So we're trying to combine all of those different work streams. There are also exemptions being worked on for like the Palm Marsh exemption and the exemption to Wellspring. The FBC we expect to bring to committee in July. And the changes will be implemented before then, so the committee is effectively voting on the finished trial scheme, if you like. In terms of dates for those elements, we're bringing them forward as quick as we can. We certainly expect to see some coming in around April time. Some of the others, like the enforcement, for example, may start a little bit later than that, because there are lots of kind of technical processes. It seems easy to move a camera from here to here, but nothing's ever quite that simple. So some of the exemptions we're hoping to bring in sooner than that. We're looking at workarounds so that we don't have to go through a long system process, so that people can get those exemptions as quickly as possible, and we'll be advising everyone, particularly in the Palm Marsh area, of what the dates will be on that fairly soon.
And of course, subject to a statutory consultation, full TRO, and we will, of course, take our time, well, not take our time, expedite as quickly as possible that TRO. So one of the things I've asked for is that we don't wait for the end of the consultation, then start writing up the objection report. We start dealing with the objections and writing up the report whilst the consultation is still live. So that's an example of something we're doing in parallel rather than in sequence.
Yeah, and hopefully no interventions at 4 a.m. either. Just in terms of what's going to come in April, that you said some stuff's going to come then, could you give us just a bit more of a clear idea on what you expect to happen in April?
So the simplest one to do is the Victoria Avenue point closure. That's a relatively simple TRO, but there is still a process you have to go through. In terms of physical works, it's very simple. We just remove the bollard and remove the planters. So certainly that one we think will be mid-April, others to follow shortly after.
Thank you.
Yeah, just wanted to get confirmation that if you don't get this increase in the budget, then the changes that you want to make would not be able to go ahead. Is that correct?
In essence, yeah, we wouldn't be able to carry on work on the scheme.
Emma.
Thank you. Just to follow up from that, in your opinion, what would be the risk factor of that to this whole project?
Well, I think, we've committed to doing a trial scheme. There needs to be funding to either take that scheme out or make that scheme permanent when you get to a full business case. The whole point of the trial was to say, how does this work? We do the business case alongside it, and then you get to a decision point with all the evidence available. So that's the kind of key point, why we need the extra fund to get to that point, to be able to make a decision. If we can't make a decision, if we don't have budget allocated, then we can't undo the scheme either if we chose to. So until we get to that FBC point, it's a bit challenging.
Thank you.
What I'd also like to say is I think working with the ward members, we had what I was interested to see was the suggestions that came from the local MP, the suggestions that came from Tom Renard, and various other suggestions coalesced really well with the suggestions that came from all the local ward members. And the public discourse seems to have been, since we announced the proposed changes, which also need to be funded through this, to get to that kind of final trial scheme seem to have been widely welcomed. And I noticed both the MP and the Metro Mayor said that this is at least a step in the right direction, or definitely an improvement on what we've got. So I think that's an example of all of us actually listening to the public, coming, hearing those pretty much the same voices and the biggest concerns. And so I really do urge this committee to let us see that through, because of the improved discourse that we've had since we've announced those proposed changes. Shall we move to a vote? Unless anyone else wants to say anything. No? So I am going to, this is regarding EBLN. Do we approve the temporary allocation as set out in the recommendation? Can I? I was just about to do that. That's why I started looking at you, which is, right, okay, David has seconded that. So all those in favour, please put your hands up now. That's David, Rob, Emma, Nick and Ed. All those against? That's Mark. No surprises there, Mark. I mean, well, I am a little bit concerned that you would like just to leave it in chaos, in sort of in what's the word, in floating around. Anyway, all those abstaining, I can guess. Right, it's Tom, Tim, and Kaz.
So that's carried.
That is carried. Right, now we're moving on to SBLN. This is kind of a similar situation, except we haven't, we're further back in the process, obviously. So would you like, I don't know if there's anything further you need to say, Adam?
Just a similar point, really, that we need to get to a decision point. If we get to a decision point, we've completed an FBC, we have produced something. Without that, we would certainly have revenue reversion of money spent to date. And you know, the work to date would have been wasted without actually getting to a point of having a scheme to propose. You know, I appreciate it's like other livable neighbourhood schemes, it stirs a lot of emotions in local areas. We haven't actually fully set out what the final scheme will look like yet. That will be part of the ongoing process. So, you know, without approval, we won't get to that point to be able to say to people, this is what the option is.
And I'd just like to add to that, I think that's good governance. We've worked extensively with local people. We had 4,600 and something responses to the survey. As part of that, we had 16,000 free text responses, and we're making sure that we analyse those thoroughly. And I think personally, it's good governance, having started this, albeit that some people have come today and expressed concerns about it, that we at least get to the point where we have an evidence-based decision to make at this committee. So that's my little part of that. Has anyone got any questions for Adam? Tim?
Yeah, we see large amounts of money coming through this committee. 1.92 million seems a lot for a full business case. Can you itemise kind of how we get to spend that much money on drawing up a business case before we do something?
Yeah, so I think you have to look at different schemes in the different contexts that they have. So schemes like livable neighbourhood schemes require a huge amount of engagement, a lot more engagement than, for example, you might do on the Portway scheme. That has a lot of cost to it. So it's an awful lot of officer time and a lot of engagement time. You know, as Councillor Plowden said, we've had 16,000 responses. We don't get that on most projects. That takes time and it takes money to analyse that. Similarly, it's actually a collection of quite small projects. And that means quite a lot of detailed design work. Smaller projects actually tend to have higher staff costs per metre square of what you're doing than bigger projects. So there's lots of different elements and they all need designing up. So as part of this ask, we will be doing all of the detailed design on all of those different design elements throughout the whole area. And obviously it's quite a large area. So there's a lot of detailed design work that goes into that. So alongside that, then you've got someone doing the kind of technical analysis that makes a full business case, assessing the economic impact, the financial impact, the management case, etc. So I think it's just important to note that, yeah, that bit of work is your full business case, but alongside that is all the stuff you have to do to enable the full business case to be created and to be consulted on, because part of the full business case process is saying, have you consulted? Have you engaged with people? Have you assessed what it's going to cost? What does your procurement process look like? So you need all the detailed designs as well.
So can you give us a rough idea of how many people would be involved in this project from the transport team?
Quite a lot. There's obviously quite a lot of staff in Sean's team that are doing the engineering design work. There's a lot of people in the engagement team. Yeah, it will fluctuate. When you're doing engagement, there'll be a lot of people. So when we're doing all the engagement sessions, it was essentially open to all transport staff to go and help out, because there's a lot of sessions, you've got to get a lot of people there. So, you know, at times there would have been 20, 30 people working on it for a bit of their day, if you like. There's one program manager, there's a project manager for each area. There's also people working on the business case. So yeah, there's a lot of people contributing to the project.
Can I just add to that actually one of the things that's taking some time and effort, and particularly officer time, is genuinely to listen and to do some iterative design. So that what's happening right now is that we're trying to make sure that we're making changes. We've been very clear that what we've initially consulted on, we are listening. We're taking all of that engagement and all of those responses, and we're trying to make the scheme better actually by listening, an iterative process, rather than simply saying, well, okay, you've had your say, now we're going to do it anyway. So that's one thing. I think the other thing is a more general thing, and I think this applies to a lot of what we're talking about through CRSTS, is that I was recently interviewed about some lessons learned about CRSTS by some consultants employed by WECA. And my main point was that we seem to be doing full business cases on quite a granular scale. So, for example, the number 2 route, we've ended up doing, I think, 4 or 5 full business cases for one route. Now, my preference, if we wanted to reduce some of those transactional costs, would be to do one overarching programme-wide full business case, and then deliver the individual projects. So that's just an example. Let's not sort of set that in stone, but that was the feedback I've given to the WECA consultants evaluating CRSTS, is that we really need to think carefully about what level we pitch our full business cases at, because it does seem to me that we spent an awful lot of money not only on doing full business cases to get things in front of WECA, but then WECA then set another set of consultants to assure our full business cases, and that also costs money. So I don't know if there's anything you'd like to add to that, and maybe I've overstated the mark, but I do think it's important we base our decisions on evidence, but it's also important that we get that the level right in terms of the transactional costs. Sean,
yeah, I just wanted to add that the monitoring and data collection costs on these sort of schemes are much higher as well, because they're covering a very large area. There's lots of, like the Vivacity cameras that we put in, for example, they're very expensive. There's lots that you do. So again, when you're doing a corridor scheme, you'll do some counts along the corridor. Here you're covering a whole area with lots of different monitoring approaches, and that has an additional cost as well.
So just I appreciate it looks a lot of money, but we are actually looking at how we can make that efficient as well. So my engineering teams are looking for standard designs, so which would maybe just need tweaking in certain locations instead of coming up for a detailed design in every single location. So we are looking at ways from the engineering side we can make this more efficient, if you see what I mean, more, because we're really busy, we need the resources. So you know, we are looking at it in a way of trying to cut down those costs and those officers' time and using them as efficient as we can by using different types of methods, not just doing actual full drawings for every single intervention in the area. Doing it more, okay, this is a standard sort of detail. Can we roll that out to this location, in this location, in this location, instead of actually getting into full details? But there will be somewhere we obviously need to do that full intervention.
And you need the topographical surveys to make sure it doesn't flood, and you know, you get the drainage right and all that sort of stuff that it's easy to take for granted, but actually you know if you've got it wrong once it's built.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Sean, because you know these numbers are huge and they get flung around a lot without really understanding, you know, where the money's going and that kind of thing. But we should be making efforts to keep them down as much as we can. So it's good to hear we're doing that. Do we recharge officer time to these programs? Is that how it works? So I'm still struggling to understand how we can spend, you know, 1.92 million. But I'll take your word for it that amount of time and equipment does go into one of these things.
There's been I mean, I don't know if you went to any of the engagement events, but they were very well staffed, and there was a lot of them, and a lot then to debrief from them. Was that your hand, Tom?
We've got a few questions. What progress have you made with the analysis so far? I appreciate it's a lot of comments to go through 16,000, but just want to get a sense of where you are, and same question about timelines, what we're looking at in terms of when this committee is like to see something.
So we're working through all the engagement responses at the moment, and when that's completed, we'll obviously publish a response from the engagement. I'd have to check the exact dates when that's going to be, and obviously we'll be developing the full business case. We're aiming for sort of September committee, I think, for the full business case, and that will reference all of the engagement results as well.
Can I just add to that that in the ward I represent, we're committed to do a lot of co-design, and I think that's a real strength, that we actually work by with and from the community to bring forward these designs. But it's also obviously something that takes time, money, but is good practice.
Sure, and come from a mental health background where I ran a charity doing exactly that, and therefore quite sensitive to poor practice as well. You often see things around co-production, badged as co-production, that aren't anywhere near that, or co-design sometimes. So it's just something that I keep an eye on. In terms of the report, you said you sort of didn't commit to timelines there, but could you give us a rough indication? We'd like to see it in July, in April, May?
I'll have to come back to you on that. I need to check with the team.
That's fine. And what are some of the changes you're already going to be looking to make in response to the feedback you've already gone through?
I think that's putting the cart before the horse. So obviously we've got some ideas, and because you tend to get a rush of responses to the consultation early doors, and then another rush towards the end. So we are analysing that, and we're trying to make sure there's a read across from what people said to what we do. But I think I don't think that's something that it would be wise for us to say until we've actually done that proper analysis and I and other people, particularly the ward members, have assured themselves that there is that link between the consultation and what the revised proposals are like.
Okay, thank you. And then one last question, because quite a few residents have asked me about this. There was some concern from some residents about, you launch these proposals and had a look at these proposals, and then subsequently we're then doing a lot more traffic modelling, and there was a feeling among some members of the public that it should have been the other way around. So I just wondered if you could explain the thinking with that.
So the SPLN project started as a project across the whole area, and we did some initial monitoring to understand flows across that wider area. As we've had responses from engagement, and as a scheme has developed and we've focused in on certain areas, then the decision is, okay, now we're going to focus in on those areas and put the detailed monitoring packages in there. As I said before, it costs a lot of money to carry out all the data collection, so we need to make best use of public funds and ensure we don't waste funding, which is why it's been if you like, an iterative process of do a high level assessment and then do more detailed assessment as we get closer to developing the scheme.
It's a cost grounds.
Yeah. We wouldn't analyse the whole area in detail.
I think the other issue, Tom, is that I think there's 11 different sort of identified areas by the project team initially, and one of the learnings we took from East Bristol livable neighbourhood is that we weren't going to roll out a scheme across all of those 11 all in one go, and that we've focused on 3 of those areas where there's the greatest appetite for change. So rather than doing expensive monitoring across all 11, we've listened to the initial engagement, worked out where there's greatest appetite for change, and that's where we're focusing it. I think the other thing to say is that, yes, there's been initial monitoring done, but the teams, do monitor traffic on a daily basis and have a fairly good idea about where traffic is going and so on. So there's a certain amount of residual knowledge. We've added some monitoring to that. We've refined our things and then done very focused monitoring. And I do understand residents' anxiety on that point, but I think actually when you listen to what Adam's just said, and hopefully the extra bit of detail I've said about the learning from EBLN, it actually makes a fairly cohesive and coherent argument.
Thank you, it's very clear.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, straightforward question. What would the consequence be of this not getting approved today?
So we would have to stop work, and depending on what happens, you'd have to consider whether there'd be revenue reversion of the money spent to date.
Thank you.
I'm assuming everyone understands what revenue reversion means. And just for the public, revenue reversion means that if a project doesn't go forwards, then all the recharges that Tim was talking about to the capital budget have to be found elsewhere. There is a chance that if you have some designs that can be implemented later, then that can still be considered a capital project. Emma.
Thank you. Yeah, just to expand on that though, obviously you're doing air quality and traffic monitoring, so that is the purpose of this. So obviously if this doesn't go ahead and you do find out that there has been traffic, air quality is getting worse, we know from other items on the agenda tonight that air quality is really important in Bristol. Funding relies on it sometimes, but more importantly than that, it's better for people's health in Bristol is air quality. It is a serious concern. So if this, not only would we lose money, but presumably there would also be a risk of how we're going to tackle that problem with air quality.
Yeah, I mean, you get the loss of the opportunity cost of not doing something. You know, with every pound you spend, there is a benefit generated. You know, most of the projects that we've brought through committee have had a BCR of 2 and higher, and that means that they're generating more benefit for the community. That's made up of active travel health benefits, air quality benefits, as well as direct transport benefits like savings in journey times and such like. So, yeah, not bringing schemes forward means you're not improving those areas, you're not improving the city and delivering the benefits they could deliver.
Thank you.
Kaz.
Just while we're talking about air quality, member of the public asked about it earlier on in terms of, was it Coronation Road? And you don't measure it there, is that correct? Do you measure it anywhere in this South Bristol area?
So the existing air quality monitors have been positioned in places where there's a view that exceedance needs to be, like compliance with legal levels needs to be monitored. So for example, there are monitors around Parson Street Gyratory, which is one of the more polluted parts of the city. Coronation Road, when the modelling was done for the clean air zone, was not anticipated to be problematic in terms of air quality because it is wide open. So I think I've said before when I was presenting the CAS paper, when we brought the CAS forward, the M32 is not our worst pollution point, even though it's got by far the most traffic on it, because it's big, it's open, and therefore the air pollution dissipates away from the source point, if you like. So, and that's a function of that is the weather and the topography. So, whereas the M32 is wide and open, Park Row and other areas have high buildings will tend to constrain that dispersion. So, like Rupert Street, Colston Abbey, for example, high buildings tends to let the pollution stay, and then it becomes a factor of different things. So it's partly a factor of traffic volumes, partly a factor of how quickly the traffic's moving, and then partly a factor of topography and how the weather can influence it.
And to follow up, we're talking about the South Bristol Liberal neighbourhood here now, but is there any understanding from the East Bristol Liberal neighbourhood on air quality in terms of where traffic has been displaced to certain roads, on how that's changed?
So there's some, but it's a bit limited because usually air quality is monitored over a 12-month period to take into account the effects of weather. So usually you get a year's worth of data and then you analyse it. We had a few months worth of data for EBLN. It showed improvements, like significant improvements across the EBLN area. Some boundary areas improved and then other boundary areas had got worse. But we don't have 12 months of data, so it's hard to draw firm conclusions from it.
I think there's one extra thing, is that as a result of SBLN, extra air quality monitoring units have been put in, sensors have been put in, and that includes 3 on Coronation Road now. Yeah, so what those are for is to test the scheme before and after, and it's not expected that any of those areas will become non-compliant, but it is testing what the impact of the scheme is on air quality. So it's a slightly different thing to the existing air quality monitors that are dotted around the city, which are looking at ensuring the city is achieving compliance under the legal direction. And somewhere I've seen a map of all the existing and all the SBLN specific sensors, so if you really want to explore and look at the numbers on each of those individual air quality monitors, we can send you some link if that's of interest, Kaz.
I was going to save this to a sort of Park Street debate, but in terms of air quality, we have the 40 micrograms per metre cubed limit. Do you anticipate that changing in the future? And will it perhaps change to include particulate matters and other pollutants, ozone?
I think that's unclear at the moment. The government hasn't given a clear steer as to whether they would change that. Certainly, I think the European Union is looking to lower its level from 40. Whether that would happen in the UK, I can't say. I don't know what the political position is. We haven't had any indication from government that they're going to change that legal limit from 40 at this stage. And in terms of the particulate pollution, the legal limit has always been linked to the NO2 emissions as opposed to particulate pollution. But there is always further work going on looking at air quality, things like smoke and those sorts of emissions.
I think the World Health Organization has set the no safe limit and recommends that 10 is what we should be aiming for. So actually, I think in pretty much the whole of Bristol, particularly the more inner areas, the background pollution that we breathe in our beds and in our homes is well above the World Health Organization limits. And personally, as I look at the more and more research coming out as to the effects of air quality and air pollution, it's really quite frightening reading. It's actually affecting children's ability to learn. And the latest research I saw in the last week or so is that they can detect where children live in poor air quality areas from about the age of 3 months onwards. So the effects in utero in the first few months of life are already affecting many of our population.
Thank you, Ed. And can I just follow up on that one? You obviously read a lot into this. Is that impact on children's long-term exposure, or is it sometimes short-term exposure that causes it?
There's a lot of different studies, some of which were measuring at a point in time, I think, and some of which are looking at really issues over the life course. Mark, you've put your hand up.
Yeah, Ed, I understand, sorry, Councillor Pound, I understand the point you're trying to make, but ultimately, if you took that to extreme, we just ban all forms of motorised transport. We can do what we can to reduce air pollution, but we also have to accept the fact we do live in a modern age where we need to move around. So I'm afraid it falls in the balance. So I'm not sure I quite take the argument you're trying to make and take it to the extreme that you're doing so now.
I'm not trying to take it to the extreme, but I don't think it's worth having an argument about it now. I'm just saying that the background pollution we all breathe all day in Bristol is at quite high levels, and it does damage our health. Nick.
Thanks. I sense we're moving to the debate rather than questions. I think with the South Bristol Liverpool neighbourhood and indeed the East Bristol one, I'm not yet convinced on the benefits of the scheme, both of them. But I acknowledge that they were properly started by indeed the last administration. The Mayor and his cabinet voted to move these things on. And therefore, I think for us, if we want to make a decision on them, then we should have a full business case in front of us rather than pull the rug halfway. Now, it's not our fault that WECA have changed the goalposts again. So to get that full analysis, I think that we do need to continue putting the funding in, loaned from CAS to get to a proper decision point, which is what a full business case is. I'm glad the Chair made the point about good governance earlier. It's one that I've made at several committees. I've voted against projects that I quite liked because we didn't have a business case to deliberate on. So for consistency, I'm voting to keep these schemes going until we actually have a business case to make a decision on.
Thank you, Chair. Moving on from our earlier disagreement, I fear we're going to disagree here as well, because I don't see the point in throwing good money after bad. So from my perspective, I don't approve of the South Bristol Liverpool neighbourhood, so I'm going to oppose it. And I think from the point of view that I want to stop the project because I don't agree with it. I'd rather we did it now without spending more money on it. So to be consistent for myself, I'm going to be opposing this now.
And Tom, any other comments, Tom?
Yeah, I'll save the broader air quality comments, I think, for the Park Street discussion, where they're probably more pertinent to the debate that's been had in the public discourse the last couple of weeks. I think I find myself agreeing with Mark, which doesn't happen very often.
Sorry, Chair.
Maybe hell is frozen over. We shouldn't be chucking good money after bad. I think there are other things that we could look at to improve things in the South Bristol area, in the Greater Bedminster area. You know, a lot was said of particularly Coronation Road in terms of improvements being needed there. That wasn't really reflected much in the initial proposals. Maybe because I get the sense the vote will go through, we'll see that reflected better in revised proposals. And it's quite clear from the reason it's, you know, regardless of where the money comes from, we need to look at North Street and obviously, you know, recent events that have happened there. I think, to be fair to the Mayor at Weckham, moving goalposts, I think she's right to carry out an independent review of livable neighbourhoods. There's been significant concern that has come from the way the East Bristol livable neighbourhood was implemented. You know, from a background in co-production, I think going in at 4 in the morning with police, private security and drones, I just think it's unacceptable. It's not the way to do things. It's not the way to bring communities with you, in my view. And so, you know, having a look at that, getting an independent review, looking at everything that's been going on, I think is the right move to make sure that if these things are going to continue, that it's been properly reviewed and independently. So you know, I fully support the Mayor's independent review that she has launched, and I just really hope that we do learn the lessons for the future, because we've talked a lot about listening, but going in that way at 4 in the morning is not listening to the community. It's enforcing your will on the public, and you know, we know both yourself and Councillor Mack were briefed on that, as was discussed at Member Forum not too long ago. But just one thing, Councillor, just to correct you on it, the South Bristol Livable Neighbourhood was a Green Party amendment that I think all parties voted for it, but obviously that was prior to any detail being known of what might be coming forward. And on East Bristol,
So was I right to say the last administration?
no, it was a Green proposal. The Green proposal.
We inherited a budget from...
On East, if I may just finish, on East, I'm sure you'll have a chance to come back. Whilst, yes, Labour did start that work, it was then for a Green administration to decide what it then chooses to do with that project. And it was your choice, your administration's choice, to handle it in the way you've handled it and to really damage trust in the local community. And I'll leave my comments there.
Thank you. So I think there has been lessons to learn from the East Bristol livable neighbourhood, which we did come in partway through that, so a lot of that was working on the back foot. One of the things we learned about that was how to work with communities better from the off. I'm now hearing that dedicating this amount of money specifically to do that work with those communities and get them involved is throwing money after bad or whatever. You know, this is something we've learned. We have learned that we need to spend more time to work with the community to find out what they want in order to improve air quality, which I thought was something that we all wanted. I'm being a bit confused that we're not. So we're looking for clean air quality. We're looking to improve transport. Whether that's active travel, whether that's making more space for public transport. We're making that effort, and this money is specifically to do that work that we found, where we are learning lessons from the East Bristol livable neighbourhood. So I find it quite contradictory that spending that amount of money doing that work is not being considered a good idea. So I would definitely support this.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment on the sense I get that it seems strange. We had a cabinet level decision in March 2024 under the previous Labour administration with a specific proposal for the East Bristol Level Neighbourhood Scheme that then we had to decide as an administration whether to implement. Now, it was difficult to implement the trial scheme. No one's going to deny that. But to turn around every 5 seconds and say we shouldn't be doing it this way, we've tried our absolute best to go through a very strong consultation process And we got to the point where we just simply couldn't implement it another way. And I'm going to defend that because I think it is important that when you have a democratic decision decided by one administration, put in a manifesto by another party, voted on, the party then gets elected to be the largest group in the council, and then we actually start to implement it. That's partly the responsibility of that previous administration. For the actual content of that scheme, you should be proud of that content or you should disown it. It's up to you, but you can't just keep making these scurrilous comments about trying to implement your proposals.
I'm going to move us to a vote because actually we're all going to have a chance to have the joys of debating. Assuming this goes through, we're going to have the joys of voting and considering the merits of both East Bristol and South Bristol in the future. No doubt Tom will continue to talk about police invasions and so on, and we'll all brace ourselves for that debate. But for the moment, I'm going to move us straight to the vote on this. So I'm moving that we approve the increases to SBL and current allocation so we can finish the job and actually have an evidence-based decision in probably early autumn. Do I have a seconder? Rob, thank you. Let's, all those in favour of this, put your hands up now. That's Nick, David, Rob, Emma and Ed. Against is probably Mark. Oh, and the Labour. So that's Tom, Tim and Kaz. So that's carried 5-4. I'm going to suggest that we take a break now. I'm sorry to anyone who's really desperate to hear the Park Street debate, but I do think that we've been here for a good 2 hours and it's, we probably all need just 5 or 10 minutes to collect our thoughts and do whatever we need to refresh ourselves. So I'm going to say that the time now is 19:18. I suggest we come back at 19:28. So I'll see you all in 10 minutes. let's reconvene. If we can, Caroline, if you could get back to the public gallery, please. Right. Are we ready? Sorry? Let's just wait for Emma then.
I'm going to take that as... I know we're too short, don't do that. Yes.
Right, now let's do it.
Is that mine or yours?
Yours. Right, Tim's back in the room, so while he takes his seat, we'll get going. So, we're on to recommendations. What are we on to? Recommendations 12 to 20 of agenda item 8. I'm not going to read them all out. This is about Park Street, Triangle, and I think probably most of Bristol has seen something about some of the public discourse about this over the past weeks. So I'm not going to take a long time to introduce it, and I'm going to ask Adam to take us through the key elements of the scheme and what we're talking about today.
So yeah, there's been a lot of discussion about the scheme. So it's been subject to a lot of debate. As such, it's important the committee has given a full explanation of the scheme and its benefits and impacts to ensure committee is fully informed of the data detailed in the report and the previously approved FBC. The scheme has a number of benefits, principally to sustainable transport modes, but also to the wider economy, health, and in particular air quality. As set out in the paper, due to the need to reduce the overall budget of the CRSTS programme from our notified anticipated final cost amounts, as set out earlier, and the lack of agreement with the combined authority around peak hour working, the scheme is now proposed to be funded with 5.3 million of JACU financial assistance scheme funding for the bus gates and elements that enable the bus gates. Principally the works around the triangle. The remainder of the scheme, the area outside the Victoria Rooms and Park Street, pedestrian and urban realm improvements would be funded through an £8 million allocation from the CAS match funding previously approved to fund the CRSTS programme. Park Street is on one edge of the city centre, but the buses using it cover a very wide area, including many of the more deprived parts of the city, areas that are generally far more dependent on buses and have lower levels of car ownership. As such, it seeks to improve accessibility for all, particularly those more dependent on the bus, while still retaining access to all parts of Park Street for those wishing to visit by car who are more dependent on their cars, such as disabled people. Buses that would benefit from the Park Street scheme serve 23 of the city's 34 wards. There's around 35 buses an hour in either direction using Park Street. Each one of those would benefit from a journey time saving of around 6 minutes inbound during the peaks and 4 minutes outside of the peaks. Just this evening, I went out and had a look. There was quite a lot of congestion on Park Street, and buses were being delayed by at least 10 minutes inbound, with a queue stretching the length of Park Street. Bus users far outnumber car drivers. Recent counts indicated a two-way traffic flow from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. of about 7,000 cars on Park Street. Many of those will be taxis that will be unaffected by the bus gates. There's around 22,000 pedestrians and cyclists and at least 30,000 bus users in that time period. So sustainable transport users significantly outweigh car users. Scheme has a BCR of 6.5, which is the highest full business case BCR for the CRSTS programme, reflecting the multiple transport, health and economic benefits it would deliver. In short, it fits with national, regional and local policy that we've all adopted, including the Bristol Transport Strategy and the Regional Joint Local Transport Plan. The scheme does result in some traffic diversion. That was discussed at length at the previous committee when the FBC was approved for submission to the MCA. Some traffic that uses Park Street diverts to Anchor Road, some diverts to Park Row, and some diverts further afield. Some traffic changes mode, and people walk, cycle, or use the bus in greater numbers. So much so that the scheme is predicted to generate an additional 500 trips a day into the central area, demonstrating that improving connectivity for all is key to a successful and thriving city centre. Given that the current car trips on Park Street change mode and divert to a number of different routes, the impacts are limited on each of those routes. Questions were raised re the impacts on Park Row at the previous committee, and clarification was given that this would be mitigated by the fact that traffic using other routes would reduce, and that would increase capacity for Park Row traffic at key junctions like the Sir James Barton and the Triangle. The FBC modelling showed no significant increase in delays along the Park Row corridor. Further work has been done since to further mitigate the impacts of the scheme on Park Row by setting out a number of changes to junctions along the route that would increase capacity, and those changes are set out in Appendix A6, which also includes some modelling, and that sets out the likely impacts of the changes. The modelling suggests that the changes would mean all junctions retaining their existing capacity levels and many increasing the available capacity, even with additional traffic from Park Street added to it. Air quality has been raised as an issue in the paper, and the appendices included set out the latest position and the rationale for the Park Street scheme in terms of air quality. It's important to understand, as set out in appendices A3, A4 and A5, that this process has been carried out jointly with the Government's Joint Air Quality Unit, or referred to as JACU. They oversee clean air zones and monitor local authority responses to the various directions that were issued by government, one of which was issued to Bristol and resulted in implementation of the clean air zone. BCC has worked closely with JACU through their triage process to develop a revised set of actions to accelerate progress towards becoming compliant. All of this work has been modelled by some of the leading air quality professionals in the country and checked by JACU technical teams to ensure it is robust. Over 25 initial options were considered and discussed with JACU, determining which proposals would have an impact on air quality and compliance, and then further modelling was carried out to test the most promising proposals. From that detailed process, a list of actions were agreed with JACU to help improve air quality as quickly as possible, in line with the legal direction issued by government. This included increasing access to the financial assistance scheme for people to upgrade their vehicles, upgrading the council's own fleet and the Park Street scheme, as well as a number of other measures. The impacts of these proposals are already accounted for in the modelling that is provided in the appendices, and they are fully funded from the existing financial assistance scheme without needing the funding for the Park Street scheme. Should the 5.3 million of financial assistance scheme funding not be used for the Park Street scheme, it's very unlikely that it could be used for anything else, as no other measures that have been considered throughout the process would deliver compliance by 2027, which would be a requirement of any further change request. The Park Street scheme has a specific and direct impact on the most polluted part of the city, as it reduces traffic flow numbers overall, rather than changing non-compliant vehicles to compliant vehicles, which has a much smaller impact. This is why it has a large and immediate impact on air quality levels, and why JACU have approved it as part of BCC's recent change request following the triage process. The Park Street scheme is equitable in that it impacts all drivers, not just those with older cars, and based on the modelling results, the CAS charge would likely be removed 1 year early were the Park Street scheme to be implemented. It's also important to note and be clear that the Council is under a legal direction to improve air quality across the city. While the direction does not require us to do anything and everything possible, it does require us to act within reason to deliver compliance, and as the Park Street scheme has an approved FBC, is ready to tender, can be fully funded, complies with all relevant adopted policies, and is demonstrated to clearly improve air quality, there is a clear legal risk to not taking forward the scheme. The legal direction issued by the government is in part a result of the government itself being taken to court regarding its air quality plan. As such, the risk of not taking forward this scheme applies to both the council and the government itself. The legal advice is clear on those risks and should be given due consideration. JACU have agreed to fund the scheme as part of our wider plan to respond to the failure to achieve compliance and would expect it to be implemented. It's also important to properly understand air quality when considering the scheme impacts. Reference has been made to air quality outside the hospital. As set out in Appendix A4, air quality improves across a large area of the city centre as a result of the scheme, including the Triangle, Park Street and the centre. This is an area populated by many tens of thousands of people daily who will all benefit from the improved air quality across the area as a result of the scheme. Air quality in this area tends to be in the 40 to 50 microgram per metre cubed range for NO2 concentrations. This is nearly twice as high as the air quality along Park Row and Upper Magdalen Street, which tends to be 20 to 30 micrograms per metre cubed. As such, the improvement across the whole Triangle Park Street centre area would be described as moderate, using the accepted methodology for assessing planning applications due to the improvement and the fact that existing levels are high. The increase along Park Row, Upper Magdalen Street would be described as negligible using the same methodology due to the fact that the increase is low and the existing pollution levels are relatively low, given that they are well within legal limits following the scheme implemented along the corridor and the introduction of the CAS. The monitoring site on the facade of the BRI Children's Hospital recorded pollution levels of 42.3 micrograms per metre cubed in 2019, pre-pandemic. More recently, in 2024, the average level was recorded at 20.9 micrograms per metre cubed, a decrease of more than 50% over 5 years. The most polluted location along the corridor is on Marlborough Street, between Whitson Street and Lower Magdalen Street. Over the same time period, pollution levels there have fallen from 47.9 to 29.4, a fall of 40%. The most polluted location in the city on Colston Avenue, which this scheme would directly improve over the same time period, saw a decrease from 68.7 micrograms per metre cubed to 50.8, a drop of just 25%. And why is there such an improvement? Well, as part of the COVID response, a trial scheme was introduced on Park Row that implemented cycle lanes and reduced space allocated to traffic outside the BRI. The CAS was then implemented and the trial scheme was made permanent. Both of these measures have been very successful, and that is what has led to the significant fall in air pollution and it well exceeding improvements elsewhere. Air pollution does not disappear when you move away from a road, but it does dissipate over a distance of about 15 metres and returns to a background level. This is in part why the Park Row scheme has reduced emissions so significantly. Traffic is now further away from pedestrians. Both the BRI Children's Hospital entrance and the main hospital entrance are around 15 to 20 metres away from the edge of the road. This background level does vary across the city, but is only lowered everywhere by proposals that actively reduce all emissions. While people may encounter poorer air quality while directly adjacent to busy roads, away from the pollution source, the background level of pollution is lower, but still problematic. Encouraging sustainable transport use is a key plank in efforts to improve air quality across the city and ensure we all breathe cleaner air all the time. The Park Street scheme has a transformative impact on people's trip choices and therefore has a wide impact on air quality in general, ensuring that many more people will be breathing cleaner air across a wide area. This is why Jackie approved the Park Street scheme as part of our wider approach in full knowledge of the impacts elsewhere. It may also be useful to note that BRI and Children's Hospital are built to higher standards than other buildings and as such have appropriate air filtration to protect patients while inside the building. Time-limited bus gates were considered as an option. A proposal was considered for peak hour bus gates but was not taken forward. Air quality is a key driver of the scheme and a key element of the funding package. Peak hours, by which we mean 7 to 10 in the morning and 4 to 7 in the evening on weekdays, only accounts for around 30 to 35% of total traffic volumes. Air quality is assessed in terms of total emissions, so includes traffic from the whole day. So peak hour operation would not be sufficient to generate the necessary air quality improvements required to achieve compliance by 2027. If the scheme does not deliver compliance in 2027, it is not eligible for funding from JACU through the financial assistance scheme. 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. operation every day would capture about 85% of traffic volumes, so is likely to deliver compliance, but was discounted as it reduces clarity and benefits outside of those periods. JACU have, however, accepted 12-hour operation 7 days a week as likely to deliver compliance in 2027, so this would be an acceptable scheme from an air quality perspective. Further to this is the scheme design itself and the benefits. The scheme delivers significant benefits to pedestrians, cyclists and buses. Much of these benefits are felt outside of peak hours and at weekends due to high volumes of people using those modes outside of peak times. Not having the bus gates in operation would limit the benefits of the scheme and also reduce the likelihood of people switching modes, as the more often people make a trip, the more likely they are to consider how to make that trip and whether to do so via a different mode. So mode switching is a key aim of the scheme and necessary to ensure the network functions well and the benefits are fully captured, and having peak hour bus lanes would reduce the level of mode switching. The scheme design reflects a maximum achievable capacity for the road network during those peak hours with the reduced flow. This is expected to be significantly lower than the current capacity as some road space is reallocated to sustainable modes as a result of the Park Street bus gates, and this enables facilities such as the cycle routes, both of which then enable the levels of mode shift expected to make the scheme work. Traffic flow levels on Park Street and around the Triangle do not fall significantly outside of peak hours and at weekends, and they can be higher than peak hour flows. This is shown in Appendix A7. If this level of traffic were permitted to use the network, it would create significant congestion, particularly impacting buses and pedestrians and negating the benefits of the scheme. As such, peak hour operation is not a suitable option for this scheme design. Public statements to the committee have shown mixed views. It's worth noting that First Bus and St George's have made strong statements of support, as have local councillors McAllister and O'Rourke. There are also statements opposing the scheme from Michael Potts, representing a number of local businesses, and Councillor Blake raising concerns regarding disabled access and traffic impacts on Park Row. I would also note there is an exempt appendix containing legal advice. Should members wish to discuss the content of the exempt appendix, the meeting can move to an exempt session for that purpose.
Thank you, Adam. I'm also going to ask Sean just to probably somewhat more briefly just say he has a statutory duty to ensure. I'm just going to ask Sean, as the statutory traffic manager under the Traffic Management Act, he has a statutory duty to ensure the expeditious flow of traffic. So given that people are worried that this may affect traffic, I just want to make sure that he can, in that role specifically, tell us what he thinks of this scheme.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So just to say, obviously, I have a statutory duty which I take very, very seriously, and as some committee members will be aware, sorry, Tom, and Mark, you might not, but I have previously raised that quite openly, where I have had raised concerns about schemes which have come forward. So it's something I will do. I will voice my opinion if it. My team have looked into this because of the voices we've heard, and there are only very minor impacts, we believe, of this scheme, and the network management team have no concerns over the scheme going forward. And as traffic manager, that is why I have not made any points along to raise to committee as decision makers to say that as the statutory traffic manager I have any concerns over this scheme going forward. I would also like to raise the fact that obviously with my other side of my service, the highways maintenance side, these schemes also bring significant investment into the asset, which, as all committee members know, is a challenge for us, and it is bringing significant investment into the asset from a different funding source instead of our own sources to try and maintain the rest of the city.
So so it's likely to actually reduce our maintenance costs in this area as well?
Absolutely, and our inspection and officer time and everything else I would be able to deploy to other parts of the city.
I'm just going to add to this. Those of you who have looked at the public forum statements, you'll see that St George's, the Royal West of England Academy, it's not very well labelled because of the way the portal works, but the Renwick, and Urban Creation, who own and operate 12 buildings in this area, have all put in extremely strong, unqualified support. We've got a little bit more work to do with St George's to make sure that particularly disabled people can access, but they are on an incredible hill, so that is something that we're working with. So anyone who made up their mind and published their opinion before that public forum, I think, would just want to make sure that they pause and reflect and look at what it says in what those very valuable stakeholders have said. This full business case has been approved already by this committee, so that this actually is council policy, that this is something we should do, and we're just looking for alternative ways to fund it, given that we've had a reduced allocation from the Metro Mayor. The legal directive and JACU have looked at this very, very carefully. They've really put us through the mill over about 18 months, reducing those 25 options to the options we've got, and they've expedited this change request to the financial assistance scheme because they believe it is the right thing to do for Bristol and will actually comply with the legal directive. There's also been a number of challenges, and there's been a lot of toing and froing, as the Deputy Leader said recently on the television, about the impact on Park Row. And as a result of that, we've brought forward changes to improve the capacity, and those have been modelled. And so what we have is a situation where all the expert opinion says that the impact on Park Row and the hospital is negligible, and you've heard that quite clearly here today. I find it a little bit disappointing that when we do these appraisals and we jump through all the hoops, we do the appraisals that in line with the Treasury Green Book guidance and WebTag, which is the Department for Transport guidance as to how to appraise schemes, that people don't necessarily accept the evidence and the massive amount of evidence-based work and science that has gone into this. And I find it disappointing that some people cherry-pick certain bits of the information without actually looking at the overall recommendation that JACU have endorsed. And I also find it disappointing that some people think that their instinct is more important than the full appraisal processes that we go through in order to get to an evidence-based decision that we are asked to take today. I will admit that I, amongst a lot of other transport planners, feel that there's some shortcomings in the way appraisal is done. It is very obsessed with time savings, which isn't necessarily the be-all and end-all. Within that, if I'm in a car, then I'm worth a lot more to society than if I'm on a bicycle. So there are some problems with the way we appraise things. Having said that, if you don't want to believe appraisal, then I'd like to look at these two gentlemen in front of us, on whom we rely a lot to actually make decisions. Between them, they've got 60 years of experience of working within Bristol in transport. They, 20-odd years ago, brought forward the Greater Bristol Bus Network scheme. That was 8 strategic corridors, I think, in Bristol, which includes the Gloucester Road, the White Ladies Road, the Fishponds Road, the Wells Road, the Bath Road, and possibly the Hot Wells Road as well. All of those were extremely contentious at the time. Everyone said you're going to gridlock the city by taking out road space, and everyone said you're going to upset all the businesses in places like Fishponds and the Wells Road because of putting in bus lanes. That hasn't happened. They've become part of the fabric of the city, and actually, as a result of that project, my bus journey into town into about 2013, the cost of it reduced from £2.85 to £1.50 because First Bus were able, thanks to that scheme which caused so much controversy, were able to actually run their buses so much more efficiently that was an enormous benefit to the entire city. After that, these two gentlemen were instrumental to putting in Metrobus in this city. Once again, we're going to gridlock the city. How dare you reallocate all this road space? You're going to drive all the businesses out of the city. Well, actually, the reverse has happened. The Metrobus has been highly successful. If we look at what the appraisal predicted, according to the rules that have been applied to this, GBBN was predicted to take 10 years to identify its benefit. It took 18 months. So actually, we've absolutely smashed out of the park the appraisal in the real world. Metrobus, when I took up this role on coming into administration in 2024, First Bus told me that it's absolutely exceeded their expectations. Post-pandemic, Bristol was by far and away the most successful recovery of anyone, and they put that down entirely to Metrobus. Unfortunately, they're now making, or fortunately or unfortunately, depending on how you look at it, they're now making 15% profit out of the Metrobus. It's exceeded their expectations. So if you don't want to believe the experts, the consultants who follow all the rules that the Department for Transport and the Treasury put down, that's one thing. If you don't want to believe the 60 years experience of these two gentlemen on their own, plus their teams, who once with Greater Bristol Bus Network and with Metrobus has absolutely defied the expectations and delivered something which I think we could all agree is of significant benefit to Bristol, then I will feel very sad about that. So that's as far as that's what I wanted to say by way of introducing this. Sorry if that's gone on for too long and you're looking at your watch, Tim, but I think it's very important to make that point. Okay, well, I want to make sure that we have a proper debate on this, Tim. So I'm sorry that we're going to run over time, but we're going to have a... so, first of all, I'm going to be very strict here. I want questions first, and then we're going to have whatever rhetoric that people want to make. So are there any questions that people want to ask? Emma.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you for this. It's really, really comprehensive. I think back when we were looking at the full business case, one of the things I asked about was the BRI, and I know you did touch on it when you were briefing us just then. I've seen concerns since about, the fact that there is a children's hospital and there's respiratory illnesses and all that. Have you had conversations with the BRI, especially about concerns around things like ambulance times, things like that? That is off when you see sort of concerns about this. That is something that comes up, and I just wondered what work you've done around that.
Yeah, we have regular meetings with the BRI, and we engage with them across all our projects. So we engage with them closely whilst we delivered the Park Row scheme itself. They haven't raised with us any concerns around congestion or ambulance times accessing the hospital. And yeah, we carry on having ongoing engagement with them, so it's not something that they've raised with us.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks for a really comprehensive explanation of all aspects of this scheme, which is obviously a complex scheme. I wanted to ask a bit more about the legal side of this. I mean, I don't know how much you can say, but what are the implications, in your opinion, of the sort of legal side? What happens if we don't back this? Where does that go? And what happens as a result of that, and what impact will that have on your team, maybe as well?
I think in terms of the legal aspects, if the scheme doesn't go ahead, obviously we would need to re-engage with JACU and understand what their view would be. as I say, a lot of the air quality directives came out of the government being taken to court in terms of its failure to deliver a suitable air quality plan. And that's what led to a lot of the directions that were issued to authorities. So whether any challenge would be put to the council, it may also be put to the government. We would need to discuss with Jackie what their view would be. As I say, the triage process is their formal process that we've gone through with them to assess how we can accelerate compliance, having not achieved compliance as soon as initially intended. And that's what has resulted in this scheme. So they're very much saying, this is what we want you to implement to ensure you meet compliance in the soonest time as possible.
Chair, I do have several questions, but I did want to say that I used to live on Gloucester Road many years ago when the Showcase bus route came in, and I do recognise the many improvements that these guys have done to the city and the great work they do, and that's what I wanted to say in response to your monologue at the beginning here. But I've got quite a few questions, so just bear with me. First of all, the impact of electric buses on air quality. I get the number 2 to come to this meeting, to these meetings. I started here in 2024, and I've seen the introduction of electric buses. So is there any empirical data that's shown the benefit of buses in terms of air quality at all that you know of?
Yeah, so the electrification of the bus fleet is included in the modelling. So there are a number of different elements that inform the improvements anticipated on Colston Avenue. Part of that is the general improvement to the whole fleet, so people upgrading their vehicles. Part of that is the electrification of buses, which is
Adam, I'm asking about empirical data, actual measured data, not the predictions.
In terms of...
Do we have measured data? Buses have been running now for 6 months. Well, when did they start? 2025? Last June 2025? Have we got any data on air quality measurement at all with real-time monitoring systems we've got on?
So there's a real-time monitoring point at that location. The air quality, as I say, is tested over a 12-month period, so we'll have data from 2023, 2024. I imagine the 2025 data is being assessed and de-weathered at the moment. That will show the trend. That is incorporated, that particular monitor is incorporated into the modelling, so that data is fed directly into the air quality modelling, and therefore, yes, the impacts of those buses that are running there now will be included in that.
Okay, so I don't believe we have any empirical data just yet, but it's on its way. Another question I want to ask you in terms of JACU, and this is just me a little bit for my own clarity. Do JACU require local authorities to demonstrate compliance with the limits for 3 years before CASDA is seen to fully worked, or is it instantaneous?
I didn't quite catch that.
Do JACU require local authorities to demonstrate compliance with the limits for a 3-year period, or is it as soon as you get to 40, you're done?
So the way it works is that you have to get to a point where you are compliant over a year. So the average annual pollution level is compliant. So that's the data that is analysed, and then you get what was your average pollution level across the year. So when you get to the stage of that being below 40, you pass the first stage gate of compliance. You then have to demonstrate that compliance is maintained for a following year, and then potentially a further year to ensure that it's not going to go if you take the clean air zone away. But the first stage you have to get to is getting the average amount below 40. Obviously, if you did that and then took the clean air zone out straight away, it could go back up, which is why you have to maintain the clean air zone in place for at least one following year and most likely 2 following years.
Okay, thanks. And in terms of assessing compliance, when there are a number of real-time monitors across the city with a large number of diffusion tubes, do we have to demonstrate compliance at every location, or will the real-time monitoring stations be sufficient? And also, is it the real-time monitoring stations or the diffusion tubes that are important in this, or is it the whole system?
It's the whole system, so we have to demonstrate compliance at every location in the city, but that data has to be interpreted as well. So there are kind of standardized parameters, if you like, and they have to ensure that all of the monitoring points meet those points, and as I say, the data has to be de-weathered. So that's why you get all the data. It's then put through a process to say this is what the pollution level was at that point. Every single one of the monitoring points that we have has to be compliant, and the modelling, as well as looking at kind of actual monitoring on site, will also sometimes look at potential areas of where it might change and you might need to put more monitoring in.
In terms of traffic flow modelling, has any modelling been completed? You just showed us this in the last report last March. Had any traffic flow modelling been completed for part-time closure of Park Street at all?
No, so we haven't modelled part-time closure. That would require a full rerun of all the modelling because the impacts would be significantly different. So the modelling that has been carried out, as I said in my introduction, will generate more mode shifting than if you only do peak time, because it's a bit like the issues we've had with the CAS, where investment decisions get delayed because you go into the CAS less often if you go into work less often. Similarly, if you are doing 5 trips a week down Park Street and only 2 of those are impacted by the bus gates, it's going to change the decision that you make about whether to use a different mode. So that would all be accounted for in the modelling if we redid it. The likely impact being that mode shifting would be less, and then therefore there would be more cars still on the road.
So on page 82 it says peak hour bus gates are expected to deliver 30 to 35% of the traffic reduction. So that isn't based on the model, it's just a kind of finger in the air guess.
So the point of that is that the peak hour traffic flow in those periods is about 30 to 35% of the total traffic flow. So if you put the bus gates in for peak hours, that's how much traffic you'll be impacting as a total, because air quality is measured on all traffic. It's not looked at in terms of peak hours. It's all traffic contributes to the air pollution, and therefore all traffic is considered when assessing what the pollution levels are.
And one final question on the mitigation, the Appendix A6. You say there's a change in capacity from existing 1% to proposed 1.2% outside the BRI. Wasn't too sure exactly what that meant. And you also say, is also in that section, is 100 vehicles per hour appropriate when the Atkins Realis report says on page 5577 that the increase could be between 100 and 300 vehicles per hour?
So in terms of those percentages, what the table shows is existing capacity and proposed capacity. So the existing capacity before the changes and then proposed capacity after the changes. Outside the BRI, the existing capacity is 1% in the morning peak and 3.8% in the evening peak. And then after the changes would be 1.2% and 3.8%. That PRC figure is the total spare capacity within the junction. What we did as a quick test was to put 100 vehicles in either direction. Some movements have less than that, other movements have more than that. It was a quick general test on the corridor to see what those changes would do, just to check that the changes we were proposing would make a significant difference to the traffic flows through there. I think the highest flow that is shown in any of the modelling is the outbound, if you like, movement going from the James Barton to the Triangle, and the key changes that benefit that are the removal of islands that enable the right turn queue to be longer. So what can happen at the moment is the right turn queue going into St Michael's Hill can block the ahead traffic, and by taking out an island we can enable that queue to be longer, which means the ahead traffic can get past more easily, doesn't get blocked, and therefore you get more capacity and better throughput of the traffic.
Thank you, Chair. I'm interested in how much safer Park Street will actually be without lots of speeding through traffic that goes down and up and down the hill. Currently, I'm looking at crashmap.co.uk, which lists all the injuries that are associated with traffic movements on there. How much do you expect the amount of collisions to be reduced by reducing the through traffic on that road, please?
I don't have the detail on that, but yes, we would expect there to be accident reductions, and that's included in the full business case. So when you look at the benefits case, it sets out the benefits that you get from reduction in accidents as well. That is done on a kind of high-level analysis of the accidents that are there and the accidents that are likely to reduce because of the scheme. Obviously, with less traffic, there will be a reduction in accidents, or say collisions, sorry. I can get the figures for you. I don't have the exact figures to hand, but I've got the FBC open, so I can have a look if you give me a couple of minutes.
So just for the record, CrashMap is recording at least 5 serious incidents at the top of Park Street alone. I would think that there would be quite a massive reduction in terms of collisions happening on that road by banning through traffic. Considering it is such a high bandwidth and footfall hospitality area, I think actually banning the traffic will be a massive improvement.
Tom.
Thank you. I have a few questions. I'd actually start with something you said, Sean, just about maintenance costs. What do you estimate would be the saving? I appreciate it might be a bit finger in the air.
What I can turn that into is the investment change, if you see what I mean. So the amount of money being spent on there is probably going to invest probably £2 million into the actual asset infrastructure, which means that infrastructure won't need attention for the next 20-25 years. So it's a significant sum. We had the same when we did Park Row. There was about a £2.5 million investment in Park Row, which reduced the maintenance. Some of those roads around the triangle are on our priority list for surfacing in the next 5 to 10 years. That will mitigate that. That will take that away for us. So that enables, as I said, for me to invest that money elsewhere, because as the committee is very aware from previous presentations, there's quite a significant shortfall from the life cycle modelling in funding for the city, so it does benefit.
And what about the cost of those roads around Park Row? What do you estimate that to be?
Sorry?
The ones that need to be resurfaced around the park, the triangle that you were just talking about.
You're probably talking in the region of about £1 million, but then obviously there's the signals, there's the street lights, there's the paving. All that contributes heavily into the improvement of the asset and the reduction in maintenance need for those areas, which enables me to then use the resources we have across the rest of the city.
Thank you. Well, you took the money for Filton Road and spent on other things, but that's helpful. One of the things I was reading about, because I went and looked at the papers from the original debates earlier last year, one of the things I noticed in there was about parking income and the loss of parking income that this scheme would result in. I think it was about 1.9 million, I think, off the top of my head, over the course of 5 years. Is what was presented and modelled at that point last year still what you would say is the likely loss of parking income at this point in time?
Yeah, with all sustainable transport schemes, we've been quite open that obviously, curb space is at a premium, which means when we install these schemes, there's an impact on our revenue budgets. But obviously, transport policy is that we need to improve sustainable transports and transport within the city as a whole. However, it's not just quite the reduction in parking income, because bus gates create revenue. There are offsets. So, at the end of the day, it's trying to deliver our transport policy and understanding those revenue impacts to the city in relation to loss of parking, but gaining through income through other means, moving traffic offences, bus gate offences, so on. It's not quite as black and white as we're just removing parking.
We've also got 2 multi-storey car parks which are under capacity in the immediate area, which many people that may previously have parked directly on Park Street may well be more incentivised to use.
Yeah, West End is underutilised as it stands at the moment, so obviously that is something which I believe we promoted as an alternative.
And Adam just wants to add to that answer.
Yeah, it's a recognised issue. That's why we're developing the transport investment strategy that is going to look at the impacts of all these sorts of schemes and how we balance the income and the loss of income across them and give us better forecasts for what the impacts will be. As Sean says, yes, you lose some parking income. Some of that car parking will go elsewhere. Some of that will get replenished by other income that comes through as part of the scheme.
And West Car Park's due some quite significant investment, or needs to be, doesn't it, I think?
No, that was done 2 years ago, so West End has been invested in.
No,
and we did also allocate £2 million of CAS money to offset the impacts of sustainable transport schemes on parking income as well.
Thank you. I want to now move on to modelling, if that's all right. So where I wanted to start was there were a short list of 10 interventions from the work with JACU, right? Have all of these been modelled for their air quality impact?
So everything that is in the change request is included in the modelling, yeah. So the change request that went to JACU, that was the agreed actions that we agreed with them.
So the short list was the things that JACU took through a gateway and said model all of these things. So that everything on that short list of 10 was exactly what was winnowed down by JACU to say we don't think these things are things that are going to make enough difference. So only the ones that progressed through that were modelled, but all of them were.
Could you just take us through some of the so clean air charges? I've seen the modelling because I'm also on the Environment Committee, and that was emailed around, I think, a few weeks ago. Could you just take us through what the air quality monitoring of the impacts of some of the others is?
So the charges aren't part of the change request because they weren't approved. So some of the elements are things like we're extending the travel benefits that we allow people to get. We've increased the accessibility to the financial assistance scheme so that people that earn slightly more can access it, and across the whole city as well. We're funding upgrade of the BCC fleet. The Park Street scheme is another one. I don't have all of them to hand, but I can certainly provide those to you if needed.
That would be helpful. Yeah, be good to see all that. So I think just one final area I just wanted to look at, so I'll say my general sort of debate points for the debates, was just the comments around CAS ending early, and just because we talk about it coming out in 2027, but you've said that you need at least a year, possibly 2 years of clean data in order to justify that removal. I'm conscious we're in 2026 at the moment. What are the timelines? Let's say you were to get approval today. What would be the timelines for the implementation of the bus gate?
So the bus gates will be one of the first things that's done as part of the scheme, partly because it enables the scheme to be built more easily by taking the traffic out. It benefits buses straight away. So during the works, you're providing a benefit to buses so that they're avoiding some of the roadworks and such like. So those elements will be done quickly. Essentially, it's signage and markings on the ground, so they can be done quickly. In terms of the time periods, the reason you can be fairly confident it delivers the improvement in 2027 is it's a direct physical measure. So a lot of the changes that have been put in place and are put in place around CAS, like the financial assistance scheme and even the CAS charge itself, are kind of long-term changes that gradually get people to upgrade their vehicles, that gradually makes things cleaner. With the Park Street scheme, it directly reduces the volume of traffic going through the problem area, and that is all traffic. So it's not just saying we take a 2014 diesel and we make it a 2017 diesel, it's saying there's less traffic there. So all of those emissions drop, which is why it has that immediate direct impact on air quality, and why if you did it December 2026, it would still lead to that same level of compliance because it's an immediate change, if you like. So once you've demonstrated that you're compliant in a year, you then have to retain it for the following year and generally the year after. So if we were compliant in 2027, most likely it would be coming out sometime around late 28, 2029, that sort of time.
Okay.
If you become compliant in 2028, you're pushing that back by a year. So the point about the scheme bringing forward compliance is it gets you compliant a year earlier, and that means you can bring the clean air zone out a year earlier.
And is that what would happen? The clean air zone would go?
Yeah. I think, you know, JACU are fairly clear that once they have served their purpose, that the clean air zones would come out.
Cool, thank you. And then one final question, which is on a very specific modelling bit, so I just wanted to understand it more, was Rupert Street, which is one of the areas where we've got non-compliant pollution. Obviously, from what I could tell from reading sort of through the filters on the Environment Committee data that came before Christmas, that's on sort of inbound into the centre, is that right? And if so, how does the other modelling make air quality better there when the traffic's sort of coming the other direction rather than away? Because the air quality monitors that are the other side, Lewins Mead, are predicted to be a lot lower.
So the Park Street scheme reduces traffic in both directions. It reduces traffic coming down Park Street as well as traffic going up Park Street. So Rupert Street is traffic that's going up Park Street. That reduces in the same way that Lewins Mead traffic reduces traffic coming away from Park Street. The topography of those two areas are slightly different. The number of buses is slightly different. So that will be reflected in differing pollution levels in each street. Generally, Rupert Street has always been worse than Lewins Mead in terms of the air quality. So yeah, we would expect to see improvements there. The focus from JACU has been on Colston Avenue because that's the one site that has gone up and proved to be quite difficult to bring down. Other sites that may still be non-compliant are showing a very downward trajectory. So JACU are not concerned about those locations.
Sean, you indicated you wanted to say something as well.
Yeah, just go back to your previous question, Councillor. We've obviously done a lot of work into how we would build and construction of these schemes. So it would be put into the tender for the contractors to build the bus stops first, the bus gate first, because we've looked at it from modelling and how do we build the scheme physically, because obviously whilst you're building it, you take even more road out of the network. And it's very clear if we were to introduce the bus gate early in the construction, that releases space along Park Street and so on for the construction to happen whilst maintaining the network.
So just to take the sort of date you plucked out, which was December, for it potentially going in if it was to be approved today, you've got procurement to go through, we've then got capacity within the market to also consider as well, with several other schemes that we've just approved earlier today. So is that realistic? They would be those timelines?
Yeah, so you know, we're ready to go to tender. We would expect to be getting on site, I think, in August, September time. As I say, the bus gates would be right at the start. So we've done a lot of early contractor engagement across the whole programme. We've got the new framework in place that has lots of really good high-level contractors in there. So yeah, we're confident that the scheme will be delivered in time.
Thank you.
Yeah, just as Adam just mentioned at the end, we've got a new framework in place. There's 6 big contractors on that framework, and we're finding that they are being very competitive between themselves to win the work. The work isn't going to one individual, so we certainly believe there's capacity within the contractual element of this to deliver all the schemes within timescales.
And I'd like to add to that I was previously on WECA scrutiny, and I've been looking at CRSTS for a number of years, and obviously any risk register looks at making sure that you've engaged with the market in plenty of time. Tim. And Tim, I'm getting very worried because it's now past. Have you managed to make any other arrangement? Okay, I'm sorry, Tim.
No. Yeah, Adam, you said that JACU would not have approved the scheme with a PCARS only bus gate, even though that would impact 35% of the total traffic, which, you know, is significant. But that deal was I understand was offered by WECA, who would then have approved the CRSTS funding on that basis. So JACU fund, you know, we wouldn't have required JACU funding, that we wouldn't have required their approval. So why did we turn it down? Why did we turn that offer from WECA down on that basis?
So in terms of the scheme itself, as set out in the report, the benefits are significant, and the number of pedestrians, for example, is higher outside the peak periods than during the peak periods. There are buses all day, every day. At weekends, the traffic levels are higher. There are far more pedestrians, etc. So in part is because you would lose a huge amount of benefit. The other 2 points I would make is that when you put the scheme in place, people make a decision about what they're going to do. Are they going to divert their trip? Are they going to get on a bus? Are they going to walk? Are they going to cycle? Are they maybe not going to do the trip at all? That is impacted by how often they're doing that trip. So if you put something in only during peak hours, it's going to reduce the impact, and therefore it's going to reduce the amount that people change modes. And the scheme is reliant on getting people to change modes to enable the road space to be reallocated to buses and cycling modes to deliver the benefits. So if you reduce the time it's in operation, you reduce the impact that you're getting, and therefore you end up with more traffic. The second point is that the traffic volumes across the area, which is in one of the appendices, outside the peaks are 90% plus of the traffic volumes during the peaks, and at weekends they're actually higher. So if you design a network that's going to accommodate a certain amount of traffic, which you need to do to facilitate the benefits of the scheme in terms of the cycle routes and the bus routes, and that's designed for X amount of traffic, and that is maybe 30 to 40% lower than what is going through there at the moment. If you then put almost the same amount of traffic back through that network outside the peaks, you're going to create a lot of congestion, and you're going to create a network that doesn't work, because once you've opened up the road, you're allowing that traffic to go into that part of the network. So it's a design that is designed to cope with a certain amount of traffic, and the peak outside the peaks, the traffic just doesn't drop off that much. In terms of the funding point, we couldn't afford to do the whole programme given the budget that we were allocated. The use of the JACU money is a real benefit in that we can utilise that to deliver part of the scheme and bring that into the wider programme. And that's in general how we got to the decision. It's partly about the funding availability and partly about how the scheme functions. You know, I think we've been fairly clear that a peak hour operation on the bus gates just wouldn't work in network terms.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I just want to add a couple of things. That's okay, Councillor. We've talked a lot about the work that Adam and Sean have done to get us to where we are on this, and it has been extensive. We have throughout that worked very collaboratively with my equivalent at the Combined Authority as well, and you know, her and her team have put a lot of work into this. And yes, you're right, the suggestion was made by the Combined Authority team to work on a peak hour basis only, and we really carefully considered that, I have to say, because obviously we'd much rather have reached the agreement, but just to support what Adam has said, we just couldn't make that process add up to make the scheme work. So that was unfortunately where we got to. We did go back and we're very happy to come back and recommend to this committee moving to a 12-hour basis, but that wasn't acceptable, unfortunately, to the Combined Authority. So we worked really hard and really collaboratively with them to try and find a solution.
Thanks. I struggle to understand what you're saying about traffic during the daytime based on the what I see with my own eyes, because you know, if you go out there at 5 o'clock at night, there is a huge queue of traffic down that road. But if you go out there at lunchtime, you know, I've got pictures of the traffic lights at the bottom there with not a single vehicle, you know, waiting there. So I don't understand how that can be. And yeah.
So I mean, generally, when you look at the road network and you see loads of congestion, that's about 10% of the vehicles that go through a road in that hour period. So yeah, when you see congestion at peak times, it's because the network has got to the point where it's over capacity and that traffic starts to build up. bit like, you know, water if you put a plug in, etc. But it's actually quite a small amount of the total traffic that goes through there in an hour. So the data that I'm referring to is traffic counts that we've taken on both Park Street and on the Triangle that sets out the total volume of traffic that goes through those areas. And what you'll see is at the start in the morning, you'll see quite a sharp high peak. And that's because that's traffic flooding into the network as it then, and then the reason it tails off is that the network then becomes congested and becomes less efficient, and that's when you get the queues building up and the traffic volumes that can get through these points reduces right down. What you then see from the counts is that flow level is kind of pretty much sustained throughout the day, and then it gradually builds up to the evening peak. Because the traffic's already there, you don't then get that sharp peak because there isn't that empty capacity to fill up. So the traffic just generally builds into a bigger queue over the evening peak and then dissipates after about sort of 6:30 most of the time. But yeah, that is based on actual data, which I can provide if needed. There's spreadsheets of all the count data.
I think we're talking about the difference between data and anecdata, aren't we?
Well, what we're talking about is the problem we're actually trying to solve, which is that peak time when we do get these big queues of traffic. There isn't a problem to be solved in the middle of the day, from what we can tell. You know.
Well, the delays to buses outside of the peaks inbound are 4 minutes. The delays during the peaks are 6 minutes on average. And part of the reasoning for that is that part of the network can be a bit variable, but first have to build it into their timetables. So yeah, sometimes you'll go along a road and there won't be any traffic there. You go out there tonight, there'll be a queue the whole length of Park Street. That doesn't happen every evening peak. We're looking at averages across periods of time when the buses are determining their journey times. Aside from that, a huge amount of the benefits of the scheme are walking and cycling and the benefits that they deliver. There are tens of thousands of people, far more people walking and cycling up and down Park Street and through the Triangle than there are car drivers. And if you put that higher volume of traffic into that network outside of the peak times, you're going to significantly negatively impact those people, particularly pedestrians, who will face much longer delay times at all of the pedestrian crossings.
I've got David, then Rob, and then Kat.
I'll put my microphone on. Can I delve into where traffic is actually going when it's going down Park Street? Because of all the recent changes that have happened to Colston Avenue, Lewins Mead and things like that, once you enter Park Street, you can basically only turn off onto Unity Street, or you go all the way through to the Bear Pit. Now, if you're travelling from down Park Street, it's going to be much quicker for you to go along Park Row and Perry Road to get to the Bear Pit than going along this route. And if you're going the other direction, it's going to be quicker to go up Perry Road and Upper Magdalen Street to the north of Bristol, or go along Anchor Road than going up Park Street. So the analysis of the things, we should be encouraging drivers to take the most direct route to the destination. And I'd really like to see the modelling from what the data actually says to where people are going.
So the modelling from the FBC shows obviously a reduction in traffic coming down Park Street and going through Lewins Mead and in the other direction, Rupert Street, and back up Park Street. That means there's less traffic getting to the James Barton roundabout the Bear Pit. That means then there is more green space available for Marlborough Street and Park Road traffic. So yeah, to some extent, traffic can move from one road to another road and not necessarily cause congestion, because congestion really depends on the amount of green time you get at a set of traffic lights rather than the space on a road most of the time. Another thing to consider is if you're coming in from, say, Hot Wells, Anchor Road, you might decide, I'm going to go up Jacob Wells and via the Triangle to go down Park Row and head that way. If there is more traffic up there, you might decide, well, now that there's less congestion on Anchor Road because there's more green time on Anchor Road, I'm going to go that way instead. So again, traffic does lots of things over lots of different routes and generally finds an appropriate level, if you like. So you are correct, there are very few options once you come down Park Street and also once you've gone through once you've gone through the James Barton, there are limited options as to where you can go. The modelling in the FBC does show increased traffic on Anchor Road coming into the city centre because traffic is moving from Park Street to Anchor Road and vice versa, and increased traffic on Park Row and vice versa because traffic is moving. But as I say, at the key junctions, you're getting the benefits because there isn't the traffic on the other arm. And overall, you get a reduction in car trips.
We've been talking quite rightly just about the sort of area around Park Street and the city centre, but I'm just thinking about this as a bus priority proposal. How many services are going to benefit from this? Because if you think about, you're not just talking about this specific area, are you? You're talking about many services that come from all areas of Bristol. So what's the extent to which this will change the sort of capacity of the whole bus network, I suppose is my question.
Yeah, so there's, as I say, there's around kind of 35 buses an hour in either direction. Those buses are pretty extensive, so you've got buses from Avonmouth, Lawrence Weston, Southmead, Horfield, all funneling down through there. Even actually from Lockleys, you get buses from that direction that come through Park Street. And then at the other end, they're going out to bits of East Bristol. You've got the 5 that goes through East Bristol, Brislington, Stockwood, down the Wells Road, etc. So yeah, it covers a significant part of the city, and obviously that improvement in journey time applies to the whole route. The point that First Bus have made to us is, they see worsening traffic conditions. That means they potentially need to put more buses on. That means they can't invest elsewhere. Schemes like this enable them to invest further in the network.
And you'll see in the First Bus statement that they've explicitly said that they will keep the buses on the routes and see that as a reinvestment in Bristol rather than taking buses off, because they don't need as many to do the same frequency. So everyone will see better frequencies of buses. And those people right out in places like Henbury, their buses will be more frequent and more reliable.
I just got a couple more points to make. The questions, sort of questions potentially. On table 1, you have some improvements due to sort of various scenarios over 2027 to 2030. Starting off from a baseline of 44 as the most likely. And you end up at 40.5 as the business as usual. That's for no Park Street closure. Then when you go to the Park Street closure, you get to 39 in total. But by implication, if there's a partial closure of Park Street, the 40.5 would reduce by 0.5 to 40. So I make that observation. You can comment on that if you want to. The other thing I want to say just before on the other point is in Public Safety and Protection Committee, this may be more for the Environmental Sustainability Committee, we are told about the importance of clean taxis, and they always show a figure and they refer to the pollution due to Euro 6 vehicles, diesel vehicles that have got to 100,000 miles. And now some of these cars, I think Euro 6 came in about 2015, 2016. We're now 10 years in. So for me, it was an issue here about across the city, perhaps, compliant vehicles and whether they are contributing to our pollution in the city as well. But I'll just leave that one with you. The main one is the table 1 issue.
Yeah, I mean, just on that point, that's part of the benefit of this scheme, that it's taking out all vehicles. It's not trying to get some vehicles cleaner. In terms of the table 1 point, so the prediction is that Park Street effectively improves it by 1.5 micrograms. If only 1/3 of the traffic is impacted, as I explained previously, it's likely that mode shifting would be reduced, and therefore you wouldn't reduce traffic by the same amount during those time periods. So the results would potentially be slightly worse. 40 is not actually compliant. We need to be below 40. And also there are assumptions in this modelling, as with anything, and the sensitivity tests have been done to look at if the fleet doesn't clean itself up as quickly as is assessed. So one of the key elements is that Park Street kind of ensures that compliance because it's getting you a decent amount beyond 40. So some of the sensitivity tests show you being slightly above 39, and that's why Park Street is expected to get us compliant because it gets us that distance below the 40 mark.
Yeah, I appreciate it's sort of most likely there's a not better and not worse than scenario. But if you look at actual empirical data, it was coming down from 2021 until 2023. And if that trend line followed down, by 2027, we would have been well below 40. So I've got some sort of concerns about why it's gone up. And I just want to say that I'm particularly interested in empirical data, more so than kind of modelling data.
Yeah, I think the empirical data is why Park Street scheme has been a focus, because what JACU have seen and what we have seen is that the air quality in that area actually worsened recently. So in recent years it got worse. So the electric buses will play a big part because there's a lot of buses there, and part of the issue with that location is it's near a bus stop, so you've got buses stopping and starting. So electric buses play quite a big role in that. But yeah, that's why there is such a focus on this location from JACU in particular, because it did get worse. But as I say, the scheme and the modelling indicates that this would deliver the improvement that we need.
I think the other thing to say, Kaz, as you mentioned earlier, is that buses stopping and starting actually increase particulate matter as well. So, you know, okay, we measure it in nitrogen dioxide, but there's many other forms of pollution which are harmful to health. I'm going to give the last question to Emma, unless anyone really has a burning question. I think we've covered this subject pretty thoroughly, so last question for Emma.
It's not complex. And, you know, it's very like me to ask this. Obviously, this is creating a dedicated, this could potentially create a dedicated bus route. And obviously, previously, we've looked at dedicated bus routes and their potential for the future for mass transit. Obviously, that's not part of the scheme as presented. But in your opinion, could this present an opportunity for mass transit in the future?
Potentially. I mean, you're looking for full segregation really with mass transit routes, which is what the Park Street scheme would enable. I think it's also worth highlighting that part of the problem we have with the bus network in the centre is that there's a section between the Park Street Anchor Road junction and just past kind of Z Alley where there isn't any bus priority and we can't really control the traffic volumes that get in there. This scheme enables us to control that volume, which means all the buses that come out of the bus area in the centre through the old Scissors Junction, we can get them past that congestion as well. So rather than coming to the end of Park Street and then sitting in congestion all that way, which is one of the issues first raises with us, we can ensure that area then is kept clear because we can hold the traffic on Anchor Road where we've got a bus lane and we can let the buses through on Park Street, and that will then improve all the other buses that come through the city centre area as well. So it has that much wider impact, and that then potentially means that those sections could be used by mass transit as well. So you've got, like, for example, the Metro bus route runs through that section where it gets congested and gets delayed. So, you know, one of our other schemes is the improvements to Union Street and then looking at the M32 outbound. That's a sort of scheme where you could get that full segregation all the way along the Metro bus route, and this scheme is a key to that in the city centre as well.
Sold. Thank you.
And I think the best way to do that is incremental rather than sudden shock, isn't it? Would anyone like to say anything, having exhaustively grilled Adam? I'd like. So, Mark, why don't you kick us off?
I must say, Chair, I think it's very unfair that right at the beginning of this, you got to have a monologue, and then we were confined to questions without being able to respond to you. So I'm going to respond now, if I may. I think we're getting lost in the weeds here. We live in a democracy, it's not a technocracy. So we, as politicians, represent our residents, we represent the city, and we have to make a political decision. And sometimes that is based on the evidence we're provided with, sometimes it's based on our own judgment, and sometimes it's based on the will of the people. My residents do not like the Park Street scheme at all. And we have been talking about this half an hour, and I'm quite consistent on this, and have been throughout it. I don't think it adds up. I really don't. I don't believe we should restrict our road network, take out redundancy in the roads and the system around it, and stuff it up. I think the economic impact, the economic fallout from it will not be good. And every single time we stuff the city centre up more and more people decide not to go to it. And then we sit here in this chamber and wonder why the city centre is failing. Well, it's because everyone's going to Cribbs Causeway, or they're going somewhere else. Someone going where it's easy to get to. And we do this time and time again, and then we scratch our heads and wonder what went wrong. So here we are looking at Park Street, and we've spent a good, 45 minutes, 50 minutes, missing the France-Ireland rugby game. But never mind, we've spent a lot of time missing all that. And we actually knew when we walked in this chamber how the voting would go. So it's all well and good. We've all had this wonderful time. But I'm still not going to vote for Park Street now, despite all the questions that have gone through, because I don't think it adds up. And I'm not going to be bullied by Jacku or anyone else on this. This is a bad idea for the city. And so I'm opposed to it. Thank you very much, Chair.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I do find it, I find this quite strange. I find it quite strange that a Green Party promoted the committee system on the grounds that we don't have a monopoly on good ideas, gets so upset when members partaking in that system come forward with opposing views. Of course, if it was a cabinet system, you'd be able to make this decision without our input and live or die by the consequences. But it's not. It's a committee system, so we're entitled to make a decision on that basis. My personal opinion is that this is a project which should have been funded by CRSTS or TCR and not by CAS funding. We think that funding can be better used to help improve public transport across the city, as we've already done with the first wave of supported buses, for example. We understand that there was an offer on the table from the regional mayor to progress the scheme, albeit not the full fat version, and we think that that should have been accepted. I struggle, to be honest, to understand the risk assessment that was undertaken when deciding to pull this from CRSTS and attempt to fund it from non-WECA sources, including our own CAS. So we'll see what the consequences are, but you know, that's how I feel about it.
I think I should remind you that we've had to do a massive rebaselining because from one WECA mayor to the other, we've had the indicative allocation that we had through CRSTS has been significantly reduced. And this is one of the reasons why we've presented a package of measures to make sure that we do as much of the CRSTS programme as possible. And this was an alternative source of funding.
Well,
to lock in the benefits for the city.
We could have looked at other ways of rebaselining if we'd wanted to accept that offer, and the mayor made it clear that the money would have been made available had we come to a compromise.
So I've seen Nick next.
Thank you, Chair. Now, I'd like to step back, and when we're talking about a closure of Park Street, it's not just one road, it is about the whole city network, as we've been discussing. And so what I'd like to see first is a consistent and coordinated transport plan for the whole city and also the city centre in particular. And I'm glad that we are starting to put that together, and it is on the forward plan that we will be discussing the transport and movement plan this summer, and that's very good. What I'd like to do as part of that plan is to have that discussion about the routes through the city. In particular, where do we want to take buses, where do we want to take cycles, where do we want to take traffic? And then we can have that conversation about whether we think that it's best to funnel all vehicles down all private cars down one particular route, or to allow them to spread through a multiplicity of routes. These are both valid options. So looking at Park Street in specific, I feel like we don't get that big picture. The big picture is implied by it, but for me, I'm not convinced that it's all been thought through. For example, I welcome that there are proposed mitigations on Park Row. But we finished a capital project on Park Row less than a year ago. If it was part of the big picture, why weren't the Park Row mitigations done when we were out on site there? So we do know that the vehicles diverted to Park Row would worsen pollution outside the hospital. That's a thing that you make a political judgment about. It's not just a cold decision. Is it 40 or is it not 40? So that is a clear disbenefit of the scheme. I think there are obvious benefits to the scheme as well, but in weighing those up, my judgment, I don't think that this is a good scheme. And that's what I said at the beginning. That's what I said when it was proposed by the Mayor. That's what I said at this committee a year ago. And I think that when we're changing the funding from restricted funds to less restricted funds, that makes it even less appealing to me. I do hope that we can develop a scheme, Park Street, the Triangle, as part of a coordinated citywide scheme. But now that WECA have effectively cancelled this scheme by pulling the funding, I don't think that we should rush to resurrect it and keep something going when we've got the opportunity with the less restricted CAS funding to design something that suits our needs and fits a citywide transport plan.
CAS. Go on.
Well, I was on the committee last year when this item came up, and I want to thank Councillor Coombs for bringing it to our attention, the issue of air quality, because it wasn't in the papers to any great extent last year, and all of a sudden it's been elevated as an issue of high importance to try and get this scheme through. To summarise my position, I am concerned about the increase in traffic past the BRI that this scheme will bring about. I cannot ignore the short-term impact of pollution. I think even you, Ed, agreed that short-term pollution is an issue. And at one point last week, the real-time indicators for Colston Avenue and Marlborough Street were reading exactly the same, just below the 40 threshold at 10 in the morning. I recognise the air quality dispersion modelling is complex and the deltas in the paper are really useful. I want to thank the team for providing that. But I want to see the model grounded against empirical data. I'd like to know what impact the introduction of electric buses has had, and I don't think you've answered that for me. And I've expressed some concerns about the so-called compliant vehicles in terms of clean air across the city. So I think the Metro Mayor had a common sense on the proposal on the table, and I'm not prepared to see £8 million of CAS money spent on this proposal. So that's where I sit.
Do you think you've got any influence over the Metro Mayor to put our CRSTS allocation up? I'll leave that back up to what the indicative amounts that we were working on until this autumn.
I think Labour councillors do have influence on the Metro Mayor, and maybe that's something you need to consider.
So, Tom.
Thank you. It's been really interesting, and look, thank you for the work you've done, and you've clearly thought this through. You've clearly thought through what you've pulled together. The trouble is the impact on air quality outside the hospitals, which is both a children's hospital and the BRI, is not something that I feel is a fair sacrifice. In order to progress this scheme, it will go up by about the amount you'll reduce a year early on the Colston Avenue area. So it's not something that I feel is supportable on that basis alone, and nothing that you have shared with me this evening has convinced me to take a different view on this scheme tonight. I do think it's unfortunate that when WECA offered a compromise, it wasn't taken, and I think I think that is really unfortunate. You know, a trial was put on there, 12-month trial for peak times. The evidence of our eyes is that the problem, the perception of the problem, is at peak times. And we know from information that's in previously that I've seen from yourselves, that particularly when you've got static traffic, it produces more air pollution, right, than when it's free-flowing, is my understanding as well. And I think if those two things weren't enough, I think for me there's just a question mark about priorities for funding as well. And do I think when CRSTS money was on the table, that we should then instead spend £8 million of clean air zone money on this, and money that from the joint air quality unit that might have been able to be used on other shortlisted schemes. I'm not convinced. You know, we've set out our position. We'll have this debate again next week at full council around the amendments. You know, we think actually putting a lot of that money into commissioning additional supported bus services would be a better use. We think there's really important elements around installing lighting on dark footpaths and active travel routes. Get our drains sorted out. You know, it causes so much issues. Thank you, Councillor Powden. I'd just like to be able to say my bit. I know you've had plenty of opportunity to comment. You know, also money for repainting road markings, contingency funds to sort out bus stops that have been damaged and haven't been replaced, improving public rights of way, resurfacing, yes, the Dorring Road junction, but it's on a main road out of the city that is well used by residents from across the city, as well as doing further road safety measures near our other hospital in the city. You know, there's a lot that we could be doing. And, you know, I really think we should be looking to explore expanding financial assistance schemes to more Bristol residents, be more generous with what we're offering, and try and get the polluting cars off the road and replaced with more alternatives. Because whilst you are going to get some modal shift, some people do need to use their cars to get about the city, you know, and that could be for a range of reasons, including, you know, in my case, caring responsibilities. And the last point, just to come back to the hospital stuff that I leave you with, I think for an element of this, it's also personal for me, because I think one of the things we've also seen is emerging evidence around RSV, which most children have had by the age of 2, and sort of the impact that air pollution can have. And, you know, my daughter was hospitalised and having to, you know, get oxygen support in the children's hospital from a more severe case of RSV. And so, you know, I'm fully committed to looking at what we can do to get air pollution down, and I'm not going to sign off on measures that are going to make air pollution worse outside our city's hospitals, and I think you need to go back to the drawing board. Thank you.
So, Rob, you've indicated again.
Yeah, sorry, I would like to speak actually. October the 20th, 2021 is the date that many Labour members here will be familiar with, as it was when Marvin Rees, you know, he made this State of the City speech, his 6th one. He mentioned as a priority the closure of Park Street to private cars. Marvin also said, we have the opportunity today to get beyond these historical failures and deliver something transformative. Wise words indeed. Now in 2026, Bristol Labour are seemingly desperate to block a fully funded, deliverable scheme that will clean up air, give buses priority, reduce traffic congestion overall, create a better environment for shopping and dwelling, and reinvent the public realm up to the triangle. Do the Bristol Labour councillors present today care about compliance with our legally mandated target for the reduction of NO2? We want to make the air safe to breathe for thousands of Bristol residents and visitors, and that is what this is about, is compliance with a standard. The area around the hospitals has already seen a significant reduction in NO2 since the Clean Air Zone was implemented, and other city centre changes were made. But Colston Avenue, Lewins Mead, Rupert Street, they still have stubbornly high NO2 readings. We have the potential to change this and in the process significantly improve bus journey times along Park Street during peak times, an aim that Labour has publicly said they care about. And it's clear that Labour will only support schemes like this when they get to deliver them, not when the Greens, following on from Labour and Marvin's good work in setting up the Clean Air Zone, are delivering them. We used to hear from Marvin Rees, how are you going to do things differently to those in opposition? It's a fair comment. How are the Labour Party going to achieve compliance with our air quality targets without this scheme? We hear a lot in the press about how you've been leaders on air quality. Put your money where your mouth is. What are you going to do, other than this, to clean up Bristol's air? And why do you not care about providing better bus services for our residents?
Not livable neighbourhoods, is it?
Labour's budget amendment next week calls for £1.5 million per year to be spent on supported bus service, a very important aim, generally speaking. However, the worsening congestion we will suffer without traffic restraint measures steadily erodes the effects of providing these services. And what happens after we have funded this for 3 years? We're left without any permanent bus prioritisation, which this scheme very effectively provides. We thought there was a progressive consensus around clean air and bus priority. Today, Labour have sadly broken that consensus by not seizing this opportunity to make our air clean enough to be legally compliant. I hope people remember this moment in May 2028 when they're deciding who to vote for. And I hope people also remember this moment every time they're sat in traffic or waiting for a delayed bus. I hope they remember this moment every time Tom Renard opens his mouth with meaningless rhetoric on being an air pollution leader at every meeting between now and May 2028.
Right, I'm going to move the recommendations. Sorry, we're going to note 12, 13 and 14. And then I'm going to move recommendations 15 to 20. Do I have a seconder? Emma. David.
Chair, I'd like to propose an amendment, please.
Okay, this was previously circulated. I believe, Mark, you've now seen it. So everyone has seen this before the meeting. Would you like to propose?
Shall I detail what the amendment is?
Propose his amendment first, just for the minutes, even though it's been circulated amongst
So I'd like to
members.
add an additional paragraph, number 21, to this proposal. All of the above apply to a scheme operating 7 a.m. to 7 p.m, 7 days a week, with a formal review on the hours of operation to take place and come back to committee when compliance is achieved.
Do I have a seconder for that? Emma. Right, we first of all vote on whether or not to insert an extra paragraph 21, which would...
discussion on the amendment.
Would you like any discussion on the amendment? This is basically to make it a 12-hour rather than a 24-hour.
I have to check.
Yeah, no, it's good. Thank you for checking, Sam. And so let's vote on... Yes, Nick.
I'm interested in what the proposer and seconder think that they will gain from this amendment. What would be better as a result of it? Because the paper says it would be worse.
I think we need to test the case of having a bus gate on Park Street to prevent private motor vehicles travelling up and down it, because I do think we will see the benefits of delivering this scheme even on a 12-hour basis. And I think it's important to be able to test stuff in this city, and we're not doing that at the moment.
Any other comments?
I've got a question.
Carry on.
It's for the officers. What percentage of the traffic that goes up and down Park Street, car traffic, is taxis?
I don't have exact data for that. No. I haven't seen that. It says 47%.
Yeah, I believe it says in the papers 47% of car traffic is taxis.
Whereabouts?
I don't know what the relevant of that question was, but I'm sure there was something going on there. So should we have a vote on that? Anyone in favour of the amendment? That's David, Rob, Emma and Ed. Anyone against? That's Tom, Tim, Kaz. Was that Nick as well? No. And Mark. It's getting tired. I'm getting tired, sorry. And anyone abstaining? That's Nick. So that I'll put in my casting vote for that and say I approve that. So we're now voting on an amended motion, which is to effectively trial this as a 12-hour basis and then make sure that we review it as soon as we've reached compliance. So on the amended motion, can I have a show of hands for approving that? So that's once again Ed, David, Rob and Emma. Hands down. Against, we've got, that's Tom, Tim, Kaz, Nick and Mark. So we've got 4 for, 5 against. The motion falls. Shall we move on? I think we're all keen to... Should we try and get through this one as quickly as we can? We've got Denmark Street and Rosemary Lane. This has previously been to committee and we couldn't find an amendment. So as it wasn't time critical, we're coming back with this again. This is to seek approval to submit the full business case for Streetspace 2, Denmark Street and Rosemary Lane, and seek approval to accept and spend the funding for these things. And we've set the recommendations out so that I will be moving recommendations 1 and 3, and then 2 and 4. So I think we'll ask Adam to introduce it. I suggest we debate the entire, all the recommendations, but have the votes separately, just in the interest of time. So Adam, canter through this if you can.
Sure. So there are 2 schemes within this, the Denmark Street scheme and Rosemary Lane. We have done one FBC, but if only one is approved, then we can do some work to separate those out and discuss with the combined authority how best to deal with that. The Rosemary Lane scheme has a cost of 480,000. It's creating a pocket park and closing the road to traffic, and the consultation responses were 45% for, 55% against. I just want to clarify that the further analysis showing that residents living in the area support the closure more is included in that 45-55. So the full consultation was 37 pro, 63 against. Local ward councillors are very supportive. Denmark Street is a proposal to implement a full closure of Denmark Street, stop traffic cutting through. Forecast cost is 819,000. There are drawings now contained within the pack. We are still working with various disability groups to ensure that all their needs are met. Obviously, there are HGV deliveries to the Hippodrome, and I think those drop off on Gaunt Lane. Clearly, those deliveries will be happening outside of shows happening, so we'd be ensuring that disabled bays are retained when shows are happening. In general, we've had very strong support from the Hippodrome for the scheme, and lots of support from other key stakeholders. There are a few further minor changes in discussion with disability groups, I think, following the Wessel audit. So we are working on those at the moment. We don't have to do an FBC because it's a low risk scheme, is how it's seen. So the drawings are in there, and I will quickly let you get on to questions and debate.
I will try and be quick. Yeah, Denmark Street, you mentioned concerns around disabled parking facilities. Can you guarantee that if they go in Gaunt's Lane that they won't be suspended by having HGVs parked there, or are there better places that they could be put that would still enable people to access the Hippodrome if they're disabled and find it difficult to walk?
So I guess the commitment I would give is that we are having those discussions, and we won't take a scheme forward unless we reach a position that the disability groups are happy with in terms of disabled parking.
Can I just add to that as you know, before each committee meeting, I meet with the Disabled People's Strategic Transport Advisory Group. Wessel have expressed that they're supportive of the scheme. There's a few tweaks that need to be made to the scheme, which they're working through with officers, some of which are actually outside the red line of the thing, so extra drop curbs and what have you. So they expressed support for this on Tuesday.
So I'm used to being really loud anyway. I realise I'm usually the awkward squad. If I can just ask some questions on Denmark Street, I actually quite like the idea of doing things on Denmark Street. I really do. I actually think there's almost an opportunity to create a sort of a Chinatown kind of vibe down there. I think it's positive. I am concerned about how we're going to control deliveries. I'm concerned about the disabled parking bays. And I've just wondered actually whether some of my concerns might have been alleviated had we gone with, for example, a one-way system instead coming down from the centre up. And I just wonder why that was potentially dismissed. I'm just after... Sorry? Bollards to you too. Fair enough. Normally the abuse starts at the end of my speeches and questions, but I'll take it early. I just wonder if you could talk to me a little bit more. I need to understand this delivery disabled and why we didn't go with like a one-way option.
Denmark Street is one way at the moment, onto the centre.
So reverse it. Sorry, I meant reverse it, because actually I think if you took it from the other way, then you wouldn't have it going down, because at the moment it's a rat run, isn't it? It could shoot straight down past. If you flicked it the other way on the one way, you'd reduce traffic, because it would have served no purpose as a one way, as a rat run rather.
So I think, you know, we've done a lot of engagement with the businesses. They're all very, very pro having the road closed to create the space for them to use. You know, when the Hippodrome closes, there's a massive flood of people that cover the whole road. If you still retain the road, you still have to retain the space for the vehicles to go through, and the businesses lose all the benefit from it, whether it's one direction or the other direction. I don't think it's so much about the volume of traffic, it's about the fact that there is traffic, and therefore you have very narrow footways and very limited space.
Okay.
We do want to get through this, but I also want to make sure everyone gets to ask questions and everyone is heard in whatever debate.
Just very quickly on the other scheme, Rosemary Lane. The consultation was quite heavily against. We had a similar scheme for a road closure in my ward, which came out at about 52-48 or 54-48 or something, and the council withdrew the scheme on the grounds that it wasn't popular enough. So I'm wondering why this one, which has come out with a consultation which is far less in favour, why we're happy to go ahead with that.
Can you tell me when that decision was made?
2021, I think.
I mean, I don't remember that specific scheme. I'm happy to look into it if you want to give me the details. I mean, the consultation response is only ever a part of the consideration as to whether to take forward a scheme or not. We have to take into account lots of different factors. We have very strong support from local councillors, which is a key element. We look at the wider picture, and the consultation response is one part of that. So it's never a kind of referendum type. If it's more than 50%, we take it forward. We have to give due consideration to what people's views are, but take that into account with everything else as well.
I'm going to add to that by just quoting back what Mark said earlier, which is we need to exercise both technical. We need to exercise political judgment, and we need to exercise listen to public opinion. So it's a balance of all three of those things. And I think that's the case with just about every decision we ever made. So I think that was quite a nice summary by Mark. Any other questions? If everyone's happy, then I'm going to suggest that we do now very quickly. I will be moving 1 and 3. So let's talk about Rosemary Lane first.
Yeah, I just wanted to give a little bit of local insight because my kids go to May Park Primary School, so I go down Rosemary Lane pretty much, most days. And what I wanted to reflect back is that a lot of the good stuff that's happened at the school is slightly undermined by Rosemary Lane being open to through traffic, because at the moment they have a bike bus which they've established with really careful thought and attention to what would work, and it's been really successful. They get 20 to 30 kids cycling every Monday and Friday, and the reason that they take the route they do, which isn't down Rosemary Lane, is because it would be too dangerous, I think, to go down Rosemary Lane with that number of children on their bikes. So for that simple reason, I mean, that might not convince you, but it seems like a good option if we want to encourage people to use bikes to travel to school, and scooters, to be honest, as well. I also think, having talked to parents, it isn't, I can't be anything but objective on this. Some people aren't very in favour of it, but there are a few people who are. And so I feel like the consensus seems to be that this has been around for a long time. I think it would be a good thing to do it and see what benefits it would bring. I think it would bring massive benefits. It would stop feeling like actually arduous to get to school in the morning for me. So that's my very personal perspective. I don't expect everyone to have that same perspective, but I think that is where I'm coming from on it.
Nick.
Thank you. This does indeed have a long history, having been rejected by decision makers twice, which I suppose is why it's well, I don't know why it's still around, but that's why it's had a long history. And with 2/3 of the public against the scheme, I struggle to see the benefits that couldn't be achieved in a different way. The provision of a pocket park is an odd way of selling it because it is right next door to a playground, an actual-sized park. And closing the road through traffic to improve pedestrian and cycle access could also be achieved by just improving pedestrian and cycle access. You could take away the parking, for example, to reallocate space from vehicles to sustainable mode. So these are options that could be explored ahead of closing it to all traffic. So I think I'm going to back the decision that was made 2 times before by this council and the respondents to the consultation, and not support this proposal.
Would anyone else like to say something, or should we move to a vote? Tom.
I'd echo Councillor Coombs's points. I think there are other ways that we could achieve a positive outcome here rather than spending a load of money on what doesn't seem to be the right solution. And I do think it's interesting that we hear a lot from the Greens about listening, but what seems to happen is you don't get the answer you like, and then you try again. You know, Park Street was not taken forward by the previous Labour administration. This doesn't have support from a majority of the public, and so I don't see that the Rosemary Lane scheme can be supported. We should still look to spend money to address issues in that area, though, but just not on the solution you have come up with.
Shall I move this then? So I'm moving recommendations 1 and 3, which is effectively to submit a full business case for Rosemary Lane to WECA, and then give the appropriate delegations to invest the money, assuming that progresses. So can I see a show of hands? Oh, sorry, seconder. Rob, show of hands in favour. 4. Against? 5. That's Rob. I'm not going to read out all the names. Let's move on to Denmark Street. Does anyone want to ask any... I think we've done the questions about this, so does anyone want to do the debate? Say anything? Nick.
Yeah, thank you very much for providing the full drawings, which is what we asked for last time. Seeing those drawings has reassured me that it is indeed possible to get to the accessible entrance of the Hippodrome by vehicle, if that's what people choose to do so. And so I now think that this is a scheme worth supporting. Thank you.
Tom.
Yeah, thank you. I'm glad this is returned with the rest of the information that we wanted to see. It does seem like a really good scheme that could really also support local businesses in that area. And I'm happy to support that. That is obviously with the proviso that the concerns of disabled people are worked through and fully addressed.
Should we move to a vote? So, same again. Authorises... sorry,
carry on.
Authorise... so we're going to vote on submitting a full business case on Denmark Street and all the appropriate delegations. Would someone like to second that? Tim, let's see a show of hands in favour of this. That's... OK, Mark, that's unanimous. Right.
Chair, I'm very sorry, but I am going to have to go now.
Would anyone like to have a rapid discussion about the bus stops? Because
heavily in favour. They're almost all in my ward.
Does anyone want to have questions and a debate? Questions to officers?
Need to have a question?
Or should we just move straight to a vote?
Thank you. Can you put that on the next frame, please?
Yes.
I'm satisfied to move to vote, having read the information in front of me. It doesn't seem like a particularly controversial proposal, given others we've discussed this evening.
Can I check the other
Nick, are you happy to move straight to a vote? And Mark, anyone else? Would anyone like to object to moving straight to a vote on this? Right, I'm going to move straight to a vote that we accept the funding from WECA for the early delivery of the bus stop scheme and authorise all the normal delegations to get it done. Would anyone like to second that? Tim, unsurprisingly. Shall we take a vote? So who's in favour of that? Carried unanimously. I'm going to propose that the quarterly performance report and the finance update is accepted as read, and that we've all done our due diligence, read that, and given that both of them are really for noting, that we just move... I think they're both for noting, aren't they?
There's three, sorry. The finance.
Oh,
risk,
sorry.
and performance.
So there's update. They're all updates. They're non-key decision update reports, and that we note them all. So I think I think we've probably all done our due diligence, read them, and we're happy to note them. I suggest that if anyone has any questions or comments, they send them to both me and Alex Hearn, who's the. Is that right? Alex Hearn, thank you.
Can I just check? We didn't quite catch. We are saying the result of the last item that it was carried. I don't know.
It was carried. Yes, it was carried unanimously. Yeah, the bus stops were carried unanimously. And I declare this meeting closed. The next somewhere I've got on my script when the next committee. I'll see you all again on the 19th of March for ever more heated debates. Thank you all for your patience and resilience in staying this long.